anything is possible. It's a choice I leave to you.
We are anonymous. How is it that it seems no one remembers just a few short years ago?
These are the steps that we must take.
There are plenty of steps we can take
right now
to
start getting our economy back on track.
to help create jobs and grow this economy.
If we are going to deal with our dependence on foreign oil,
If we're going to end our dependence on foreign oil,
We'll recruit an army of new teachers.
I want to recruit an army of new teachers.
make college affordable.
Make college more affordable and repair our crumbling roads and bridges. We've got crumbling roads and bridges. Tonight, more Americans are out of work. We still got friends out there and family who are looking for work.
At a time when so many people are struggling to keep up.
A moment when so many people are still struggling. If you are willing to work with me,
If you're willing to work even harder in this election,
then I promise you,
I promise you change will come.
Shall we play a game?
If you see something, say something. Report suspicious activity to local authorities.
If you're not breaking the law, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't worry what the government is doing.
Terrorism, 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 Al-Qaeda, Mohammed, terrorism, terrorism, war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden.
It's not like my government would ever do it to me. But guess what? You're wrong.
Protest is now illegal in the U.S. Move along, citizen.
And yet we just sit there and calmly feel and say, oh, they're making us safe.
I don't even know whose side I'm on.
Okay, this is straight out of 1984. We're living in a police state.
I never had a choice of what happened to me.
The city is being turned into a police state. Militarized riot gear, LRAD machines, and drones overhead.
Corporations have more power than the government.
Our government now works for the banks.
America, the greatest losses to our freedom have come not from someone attacking us, but from the government ignoring the Constitution and the majority letting them get away with it.
Yeah, we torture. Yeah, we spy on them. Yeah, we do all of this, but it's no big deal. Get used to it. You know what? We're not going to get used to it.
Police have opened fire on the crowd.
We're all in serious, serious danger.
Millions of dollars spent on new police gear, trucks ready to function as rolling barricades.
What you have here is, this is the wars coming home.
If anybody doesn't believe this government is capable of doing these kinds of things, you're out of your mind.
Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control again.
Well, you know, America's a strange country. All you need to keep them pacified is give them a dozen donuts and a gun. They don't seem to have the capacity, the intellectual capacity, to think of their own self-interest in any other way than the next 5 minutes.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up, America!
Wake up, America.
The proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely sooner or later it must occur to them to do it. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel, and until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious.
The time is coming when the window for us to restore the control of our government to ourselves will close, and we had damn well better act before then.
You want to know why the American public is fit? They're fit because they're not seeing their Congress do the work that they're sent to do.
We need to demand more of our elected officials.
Damn bills that come out here all the damn time. Come out here in the last second. And I gotta try to figure out how to vote for my people.
Bathed in the excesses of power, they passed a bill that by their own admission, they hadn't read.
This is PR politics.
Unanimous consent that we bring up the bill to extend the tax cut for 160 million Americans. As you walk off the floor, Mr. Speaker, you're walking out.
If you want to stand up on the floor of the Senate and defend the Wall Street banks like Bank of America and the credit card companies, be my guest. I would rather stand with the consumers and retailers who've been taken to the cleaners for years and years.
Why aren't we questioning the underlying premise of the need for a bailout with taxpayers' money? Why aren't we passing new laws that stop the speculation which triggered this? Why aren't we directly helping homeowners with their debt burden? Why aren't we helping American families faced with bankruptcy? Why aren't we reducing debts for Main Street instead of Wall Street? Is this the United States Congress or the board of directors of Goldman Sachs? When I fuck up, who bails me out? No one.
There is no one here to object. This is why the American people have thrown you out of power. You see, you're right. It is within your sole discretion to recognize a member. But you chose to exercise the power of the gavel, Madam Speaker. Therein lies the problem. If he's not here to pull off this political stunt, then we should just proceed and this bill should be withdrawn. It is the right thing to do by the American people to stop these tactics.
Enough! And make no mistake about it, this is not about national security.
But my point about this is a war without end. I'm afraid of giving up the right to trial by jury and hoping that someday they will declare an end to this war and they'll give back the right to trial by jury.
Mr. Speaker, a nationwide revolt is developing over the body scanners at the airports, and it should.
And we also know there are individuals who are making money off this. They say, trust us. Trust us, the people who brought us Katrina, to be competent in face of a disaster. Trust us, the people who brought us warrantless wiretapping and other excesses eroding our civil liberties. Trust us.
Many of us were told in private conversations that if we voted against this bill on Monday, that the sky would fall, the market would drop 2,000 or 3,000 points the first day, another couple thousand the second day, and a few members were even told that there would be martial law in America if we voted no.
We're not trying to scare kids. This president's foreign policy is what's scaring the kids of this country. Well, it's the same people that told us Saddam Hussein had something to do with 9/11. Same people that told us Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Same people that told us we were going to be able to use the oil for reconstruction money. Same people that told us that we'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. Same people, same president that told us the Taliban is gone. Same president that told us that Poland is our ally 2 days before they pull out. Same president that tells us Iraq is going just great. Same president that tells us the economy is going just great. Same people that told us the tax cut was going to create millions of jobs. Same people that told us that the Medicare program only cost $400 billion when it really cost $540 billion. So please forgive us for not believing what you're saying. Please forgive the students of this country for not believing what you're saying. Not one thing about this war that has been told to the American people or that has been told to these college students has been true. Not one thing. Bremer says we need more troops. The Pentagon says we need more troops. And this president can't get them from the international community. There's only one option left. Let's be honest with the American people.
Fascism, by definition, is when corporations team up with organized religion and control the government. Do I have to say anything more? Wouldn't you say that we're on the brink if we're not there?
We're witnessing a slow and steady takeover of our true freedoms. And now we see the government taking over banks. We see the government taking over car companies, insurance. We're being told what cars we can drive, how much we can make. And now they want to take control of our health care.
It's one more attempt
for them to put everything that we do day and night under the control of the federal government.
Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom for liberty?
Well, I say that they're taking away our free will. The American people are being forced to do something they don't want to do.
But there really is a difference between us, and it's basically this. We don't think the government should be in control of all of this. We want people to be in control. And that, at the end of the day, is the big difference.
What they are trying to do is create an America very unlike the America that has existed for centuries. The thing associated with America, freedom, is precisely what must be destroyed if this is to be turned into a fundamentally different country to suit Obama's vision of the country and of himself.
I think he's going way beyond his constitutional powers assigned to the executive branch, which is, by definition, an imperial president.
Once again, total power in one person's hands, not the American way.
He's centralizing power inside the Beltway, taking power and decision-making from families, from individuals, and as a consequence, what he's doing is building an unchecked executive.
Now, I hate to point fingers at anybody, but the President administration probably had a lot to do with that.
But you know who's responsible for it? We are. Personal responsibility.
Where is the outrage to come from? From you.
It turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
First, you got to get mad.
You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. It is time for us to take our country back.
The real problem is that the American people have been too submissive. We have accepted the notion that we should be treated like cattle. Make us safe, make us secure, put us in the barbed wire. It's time for the American people to stand up, shrug off the shackles of our government.
And the way I see it, they're not going to quit doing it until they bring this country to its knees. So I think we should all rise up and we should stop this administration from what they're doing because they're destroying this country.
We, the people, have got to get control back of our country.
The American people will revolt.
Our government sucks.
So what do you say? Maybe we should all just stop paying our taxes and revolt. Because this is bull.
When our forefathers wrote the Constitution with the right to bear arms, it was not about hunting and fishing. The Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, is there so that we, the public, if our government gets out of control, we have the ability to rise up and change it. Now, many people have said to me, well, wait a minute. How could we, the citizens, ever stand up to the U.S. government and their entire military might? Well, wait a minute. I got the answer. We threw everything we had at Vietnam, and they were nothing but a bunch of farmers with a few AK-47s, and they withstood it all. Don't ever allow anyone to tell you that it can't be done. It can be done.
To the government of the United States, those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. It is the constitutional right of the people to reform this government as we see fit. Over the past year, we have shown you what we are capable of. You can continue to resist us or you can allow us to exercise our rights. We truly hope you choose the latter so that we can peacefully return this country to the principles it was founded upon and restore power to the people. To the citizens of the United States, it is our goal to reform this current government with your help. We do not want anarchy. We do not want chaos. What we want is to restore power to the people. Governments are supposed to derive their powers from the consent of the governed. Over the next few months, we will be releasing a series of videos detailing our reformation plans. IdeaVote will give every American a voice. We ask from you to use your voices. This new world is not one that we wish to shape ourselves. This new world will be that of the people, and the choice is yours to make in what direction we will go.
secretive organization known as Anonymous, a loose-knit group of computer hackers who came to the defense of WikiLeaks and got the attention of law enforcement in the process. They are young and stealthy, and they are potential giant killers.
Anonymous hacker activists have basically got together and are exacting revenge for what they see as attacks on WikiLeaks, and they're targeting a number of corporations that have cut off their ties with WikiLeaks.
So they see themselves as protesters. Essentially that the government can't prevent you or I from talking openly. They interpret it much more broadly. They believe that everybody has an inalienable right to say whatever they want on any forum whatsoever.
Now today, this group of computer hackers are apparently threatening cyber war over this WikiLeaks case. What do you know about that?
Yeah, NBC is reporting that Anonymous, it's a group we've heard of before, is threatening new attacks, not only on U.S. corporations, but also on some of the government officials.
Number one story, MasterCard announced Monday it would no longer process payments to WikiLeaks. This morning, internet activists crashed its website. This afternoon, Visa.com crashed. Tonight, Twitter might be next. It suspended an Operation Payback account. A group calling itself Anonymous has been waging Operation Payback for a few months now. The group says it is dedicated to a, quote, anonymous, decentralized movement that fights against censorship and copy wrong.
Well, officials have confirmed that at least 41 Malaysian government websites had been hacked overnight. This follows a threat by hacker group Anonymous to punish the authorities for internet censorship. Officials say that 51 websites were hit and at least 41 of them were disrupted in these attacks.
Targets like HB Gary, a major cybersecurity firm some U.S. government agencies rely on to keep their computers safe. Last month, HB Gary boasted it would expose Anonymous. The response was swift. Anonymous took down their website, stole thousands of emails, and posted them on the internet. The CEO resigned. Anonymous is credited with bringing down government websites in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya. And now it's made new threats against companies and government officials complicit in what it views as the mistreatment of Bradley Manning, the Army private accused of leaking to WikiLeaks.
Anonymous is powerful enough that it's certainly struck fear into the hearts of some of the biggest technology companies, the biggest companies in the whole world.
Our own Justice Department doesn't take any action against these guys. It's been 3 years since the debacle in Wall Street that caused our economic collapse. And where's Washington? Where's Washington? They haven't done a damn thing. But look, what you're looking at here, in combination of all these things, is a new model on how to fight back. You have to take action into your hands. Direct, peaceful resistance.
We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You could be in a lot of trouble. Now, people have figured out that you can hit the powerful where it counts in their pocketbooks. The same thing happened in Egypt, where Mubarak only stepped down after the labor strikes began. And then there's the national and international movement against the power establishment. The group Anonymous recently released this video warning the global banking systems.
We are a decentralized, non-violent resistance movement which seeks to restore the rule of law and fight back against the organized criminal class.
Now that's a little spooky, but I liked it. And apparently they came armed with documents, which we're going to tell you about in a second. But look, what I like is peaceful resistance.
However, they can't just randomly launch an attack. And in order to do it, you have to go on this IRC chat. Anyone can suggest a target. And that person then has to make a compelling case for the target, and then whoever happens to be, it's a quorum of whoever happens to be awake, can vote up or down on this target. So if somebody has not made a compelling enough case, enough people may pull their computers off of this voluntary botnet that the attack might not be nearly as effective. So it is, in fact, an amazing kind of Athenian democracy. If you forget sort of the ethics of what they're doing, place that to one side, what they've achieved is sort of this set of checks and balances that agrees in a very fluid way on what the target is.
This is the new model of fighting back against the establishment and against corporate power. Don't wait for your knight in shining armor to show up from D.C. The bad news is he ain't coming. The good news is it turns out you're the knight in shining armor.
I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all the political men in our time. We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil.
What's next? What's next is all they can do is shut down the internet itself. And we see how that went for them in Egypt. And we the people know that when the government shuts down the internet, that's when it's time to shut down the government. We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us. And now, you can expect a whole lot more.
We are Anonymous.
Hello, this is Tyler Durden, and welcome to Anonymous Fights Back, episode 30. Hello, this is And any of our guests like to introduce themselves?
I suppose I'll start. I'm Arthur Wolf, Mr. Wolf, Wolf Sector over here. What's up?
And I'm Stephen Wolf from the Rings of Saturn.
I'm Alexa.
Preston from Texas.
Preston. And we have 2 more guests that are supposed to come later on today. I don't know whether they will be here or not. So we have a lot to talk about. We might be cutting the show a little earlier this show, in case anybody has any questions. We're still kind of like going to play it by ear, but it just seems sometimes that 4 hours is a lot to cover over a lot of things, so we might end it a little short. First thing we got to talk about is let's go with Syria. And false flag. And here's the worst part, right? So we had, 60 Tomahawk missiles that were fired over there. How many hit the targets? Not that, 10, 20?
No, it was 20 out of the 56.
Yeah. Anyway, one of these motherfuckers costs about $1.3 million. These things are a complete, utter fucking waste of money. But what I was gonna say. So these things were they were working on a new Tomahawk missile to penetrate the S-400 Russian airfield system, which is in Syria, and lo and behold, after this airstrike, we see Raytheon's stocks going up. Who are manufacturing these missiles, and this brings me back to a lot of Joe Rogan speeches, where it talks about the military-industrial complex, and that when you see war, there's always somebody making $1 off of everything that's being done out there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's almost predictable that that somebody's in bet on both sides, making money, making a profit off of all this shit.
Yeah, they are good at that.
Yeah. And then we got North Korea. We got North Korea going on, and this is a funny one. So I was showing people in. Did you guys watch the shit that was going on in North Korea, where they were displaying their military strength and all that shit on those videos that they were flowing around?
Yeah.
So I got a video. I have so some of the missiles that they had there were not. I don't believe that they were fully functional missiles. In fact, I have video of the cone on one of the missiles is bent. It's not kind of sort of bent. It's really, really, really bent. So either we have a faulty missile, or it's they're not. It was made out of cardboard or something, or a look-alike. But and I believe in retaliation to Kim Jong to us or to having a military presence in that area. Kim Jong-un fired another one of his test firing missiles, and the motherfucking thing explodes.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, we need to have stock in that North Korean military company, right? That's another order, right?
Well, I mean, me and you were talking, Preston. before, like if it came out to an all-assault war, that North Korea is such in bad shape that they couldn't feed their own people. I mean, I'm not saying like what we're doing in there is absolutely right. I don't believe in war at all. What I'm getting at is that he's I don't believe he has the resources to even fund a war. And then there's even we know that he has nuclear capabilities, but even to the extent of his nuclear capabilities is always been questionable. Like that time he detonated what was known as a nuclear device, and he wasn't what they think he detonated the last time he detonated one. I think it was a hydrogen bomb, which is not what we know of to standard par, plutonium and stuff like that. Am I wrong about that?
No, I mean, that's correct. You have to look at them and say, well, just how much damage. Even if they went on a full-out attack, just how much damage can they do? They might be able to cause a lot of trouble in South Korea, but I mean, I don't even know that they can win that.
Oh yeah, and then all of a sudden, because of our presence in the thing, all of a sudden, our own commander-in-chief was saying, even before when he was running for his presidency, it was anti-China this and anti-China that. And now that we got a presence in in that part of the world, all of a sudden we're friends with the Chinese. So it's like, come on, Jet. I know what game
Keep
you're
your
playing.
enemies closer, right?
Yeah, I know what game you're playing.
Snake in the grass.
Oh yeah, they're all in each other's. They're all in bed with each other, and
Oh yeah, it's just a big game.
it's all a big game. Mm-hmm. But
I mean, even the attack with the Tomahawk missiles, that was all based off of a setup, or what they're saying it's a setup chemical. Get the chemical attack. That's all I'm finding is a bunch of stuff about that being a false flag itself.
oh, are you talking about Syria?
Yeah.
Well,
The attack, how did the response? The Tomahawk missiles were a response to the gas attack, the chemical attack.
Oh, for sure. From even what I was telling you before. Yeah, there was a lot of money. There was a lot of money to be made off of that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
this has all been kind of in the plans the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Before
we got like 3 more countries on the list. The whole New World Order agenda. They've been slowly taking over country after country, just like they said they would.
You look at how the New World Order, or I like to call it the New World Disorder, kind of worked in Europe, and it's fucking falling apart, man. Like, not kind of, sort of. It's kind of like falling apart.
It's big time.
Big time.
Now they may not have lost the hierarchy of it yet. That's.
But they're definitely losing.
They're
definitely losing the monetary value, not the monetary value of the money, but the backing of the people is not there.
Yeah, the populism.
Yeah, no.
Falling off. Yeah, that's what happens. Well, you can only treat people like shit for so long. That's the
people are waking up.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened there. It's just like how long did that last? 15, 20 years. And that's just proof. If you keep treating the Greeks and all the rest of them, all this crazy immigration, if you just have a bunch of weird policies and treat people like crap, it really doesn't last that long.
Yeah, true that. I remember they were trying to do. Remember then they were trying that new currency. They went nowhere. Bush Junior, and it was trying to get the Amero, and that was like plan number 2, was to try and create the what was it?
Well, the Americas.
The Americas, yeah.
Yeah.
That never went anywhere.
I mean, we pretty much are. I mean, we're tied together in a lot of ways with South America already. I mean, it didn't seem like that would be too hard to pull off. You can't get that many countries together, though. They're never going to work together for very long.
Yeah.
and it's all designed for just like the normal order is to, create something where you have these wage disparities and everything, to get some advantage there, whether it's, resources or cheap labor. And, you can't do that within a system like the EU. You can't create a system and then pick winners and losers like that and create which is what they always do. So there had to be a Greece or a Belarus or something, that, well, yeah, you're in the EU, but you're really not, and then it all falls apart.
Yeah.
And you come up with all these other laws and picking premiers, or what do you call them? Oh God, in Italy, what do they call them? Prime Minister. Yeah, they've had 3 or 4 now that haven't even been elected by the people, and they don't want to have Goldman Sachs, ex vice presidents as leaders. That's not going to work.
You don't want the Illuminati running your country. Trust me.
No. They don't give a shit about you.
Nah, and then they start
they'll be sacrificing your babies.
Yeah, they'll be sacrificing your children to Satan. But don't worry about it. It's cool.
They won't hide behind pizza anymore. Fucking Pizzagate.
And then
why did that die so quick?
What do you mean?
Pizzagate and all that.
It didn't die out. I just moved away from those circles. There's definitely.
I haven't heard much about it.
There's definitely a lot to it, and it's not nothing new that was kind of going on. As far as when I was, me and Terrence was talking about stuff like that, but I had to move away from those circles because I just found myself getting surrounded around people that thinking that everybody was a pedophile that ate pizza, and I'm just like,
I'm a pedo hunter, so I know all about that. You.
Yeah, the Pizzagate hashtag is confusing. You don't know what that means. Either they're connecting that with the behavior and the lingo, and people aren't getting it. And it was really a cover story, which is for the whole pedophilia anyway, was to confuse it with Pizzagate, and people don't know what the hell that is.
Right, I've tried to educate people, and they look at you like you're crazy.
And very cleverly, it was a way to cover it up and confuse everything. Not that it takes much to confuse the sheep anyway. They're pretty easy.
Yeah.
It's dirty work being on that shit, chasing that shit down.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I like to pull away myself. But yeah.
Well, it's just as typical of these pedo things, though, is they'll go after a bunch of low-level people, maybe some handlers or whatever, but they never seem to get the people at the top. And you've got all their emails where there's Podesta, they're the high end.
We got James Oliphant says being the ringleader. Sorry, I was burping.
And then, well, then look at this: the UK government. Not that they're that great on going after it, but even when they do notify Facebook that hey, there's some pedophilia pages all going on, we need you to take them down. Facebook doesn't take it down. So what's up with that?
Right.
Oh yeah.
There's tons of pages.
Yeah, when we get all these pedo rings, yeah, you can tell them, Arthur, what they do.
Me? Oh, yeah. It depends on how you want to do it. You got your, I guess, lack of better words, your report fags. You got your big mass groups.
No, but literally, it takes. Sometimes you got to fight. You got to fight Facebook hard just to get these groups down. And it's like you post one inappropriate picture, and you're fucking hounded like a motherfucker. You have a pedophile on Facebook, and they don't know. They respond like, I don't see this. You need to report it 1,000,000 times before we can take this down because community standards. It's okay. I'm like, holy fuck.
I've done a couple of hunts to where we took it all the way to the court. Like we got paperwork, we got background, we got proof. We fished maybe I shouldn't say too much, but we got enough proof on our own to be able to go to the guy's family and stuff like that. Made it personal. Like we've gone to the source. It's a long process, but it gets pretty dirty. We've gone to the source, though. We've gotten to people's families and let them know, yo, this is going on. Most of them would never know, no, it's an outstanding guy. But then we show them the proof, and they're like, oh, my God, this guy babysits my kids. We've got in there pretty deep.
Yeah, and some of those ones, I get wind of. I think that they're honeypots or traps for the actual perks.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of them out there, but it's hard to tell which are which, really.
Exactly, because they both look like the real thing.
And then if you get in the dark web, oh god, it's a mess in there. You ever messed around on the dark web?
Not only with drugs, but not in that. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No.
It's you start weaving through back doors and shit. You start finding some creepy things you never wish to have seen. Sometimes it's nice just to go talk about World War III and try to educate the sheep and get away from it.
Speaking of which, everybody's been talking about World War III for a while. Do you think it's actually ever going to pop up though?
I think we've been ready for a World War III since like the 50s.
Well, yeah.
It's just war. It's never going to end. It's been happening the whole time. It's just been one country after another. It's just when are they going to get fed up with it?
Exactly.
Now we got places like Russia and Korea, teaming up against us. We got China and America teamed up. You got, like you were saying earlier, it's just all these weird combinations happening. Somebody's bound to get pissed off about it.
Well, it's not even that. Like, as I do, it's a big charade. There's always the creepy guys, the creepy bankers, and the secret handshakes in the background where everybody knows each other's business. And it's all planned.
The hand symbols and pictures and statues, all the symbolism around them.
You can see it by the money exchanges that are going around. And
people are making money. They're not going to stop.
Exactly.
For sure.
I guess that's what they're doing it for. It's all about that money.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you go back into even the Bush's history, not only was the Bush family funding the Nazis, they're also funding funding military military equipment being manufactured here in the U.S. as well. If I'm not wrong, am I correct about that?
Well, they did. Yeah, they were Hitler's bankers. That was Brown, Harriman. I believe that was the folks. But that was the Bush granddaddy. Was in that. That was back in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're there. Well, that's why they hang around the Clintons and all. That's why these people hang together. The Cheneys. They're all in the neocon group. But you know who else is in the neocon group? You notice now you can bomb a country, and all of a sudden the CNN anchors, CBS News, they're all on board. They think that's great. You think if you're big progressive liberals, you're like, oh man, here we are bombing another country. How horrible. But how is it that they all get on the same page? They're just like the neocons. They love that. They love bombing people for some reason. Going to war.
Exactly.
It's an agenda.
Yeah, it's both parties. I mean,
everybody has money to make off of it.
Yeah, they were at each other's throats until this Syria thing, and then all of a sudden now it's like, yeah, go team. Man.
I am not like that. This is going to end up in a disaster. This is going to end up in a motherfucking disaster. There's going to be a bunch of kids in Syria that are going to be dead. A bunch of dead soldiers on every fucking side. This is not going to end well.
Like they really give a fuck.
Yeah. No, this is horrible.
Yeah, say the least. It could be much worse than horrible here pretty soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, they got all these think tanks. The further you take out the human timeline, the higher a chance is that we're not going to make it. See that there's something going on there. We're working against ourselves.
Oh yeah, for as much stuff as our country does, or at least they think that they're doing, they're actually making more enemies. When do they fucking understand that dropping bombs in any foreign country, for each one of those survivors, you're just making another enemy. So, I mean, since, I don't understand, I don't know what it's going to take for the world to ever realize that war creates more enemies, and it always will.
Oh, yeah. Seen this kid, there's a video of this little Syrian kid who's on the side of the road crying about his sister, two sisters, they got blown up, and he was all bloody, one of those videos people post. And like you couldn't help but see that kid's gonna hate America. There's no way around it.
I was gonna say,
Like,
I hate America.
Right.
I'm not joking.
Don't we all? They're kind of doing absolutely horrible shit, and they're not asking the people what we think. They're just making calls. You know.
Yeah. For their own profits, just like I was talking about earlier in the show. Speaking of which, we got the Venezuela stuff going on right now. Venezuela's popping off. They got protests going on just like normal, and I think is it me and you were talking about that earlier, Preston. This is not new news, but it just seems like it's coming to a boiling point. Down in Venezuela.
Yeah, it's just how much are they going to take? I mean, if they're already running out of food, and eating dogs, and eating all the zoo animals and everything else, you can't get any toilet paper. I mean, how much are they going to put up with before they just burn it all down?
Essentially, what I've heard it comes down to is that they're not only is the country broke or at least just paying some of the interest on the loans the country has put out there. But how much worse off would they be if they actually defaulted on their loans? And now that's a controversy in itself. But the fact where that nobody can buy anything, there's not really food in anywhere to get. How much more can the people take? Where the people are better off without the system that's in place.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. In general, people will take a lot. That's what's kind of bad about it. You look at Mexico or other countries, they will put up with a lot, or Egypt, before they really riot and burn things down. It really has to get bad. Yeah, but I think in their case, they're pretty close. They're almost there.
I would say that they're in a really bad position. I remember hearing stories on. God, I was on Facebook, just some people that had come out of Venezuela, and they were talking about how people were killing each other over food, and that you could only get your groceries on certain days of the week, and you would have to go to like a government, one of these government markets where you could get your food. The problem is that once they would call your number, there would be no food in the market to get.
Sometimes, there are times when governments do this on purpose because they like to control you by having you stand in lines, and tool you around like that. I mean, there's a social engineering aspect to that as well.
Yes.
But they've taken it to the extreme. The Russians have admitted to that. A lot of the lines you used to see way back with them, those were on purpose, just to give people a hard time.
What was going on in the USSR before? Are you talking about the USSR? Or
yeah, there was a time, they would do the same thing. There'd be bread lines, while at the same time, the upper crust, they always had their special malls.
Oh yeah.
There was
my aunt Hildy was in was in the Ukraine, or no, she was in Russia at that point, and she told me that you could buy more. That you could a bottle of vodka could buy you more than the local money.
Yeah, there was always food and supplies. It was just how they were being doled out. There was never a shortage. The shortage was a contrived shortage. It's like a false flag on food to your own people. They're all about doing false flags and crazy shit to you and making stuff up.
Yeah.
Why not? But no, it's all social engineering.
For sure.
Did you guys see this stuff about Russia moving forces over close within striking distance of North Korea?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Seems like everybody's on the gang up patrol on North Korea, and honestly, it's like, yeah, he's a crazy person, but this is what's been going on in North Korea is just that, like Terrence was telling it, like before, it's everybody who was involved in the original problem is dead. When does this stem back from? The 1950s?
Well, yeah, the end of the Korean War. Well, there never really was the war never ended. You had an agreement to stop is all you did.
Yeah.
You're technically still at war.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the point that could, of all the places, could pop off easier than others just because of the situation you're in. And the fact that they can hit artillery into Seoul, I mean, that's just too close.
Yeah. But like I was saying before, I always question their capabilities, though. I mean, wouldn't it be? I mean, it would be more if you were like a crazy dictator. Wouldn't it be more fashionable to say that you have things that you don't really have, just to incite the fear that you actually might have it when you know you don't? It's like always calling each other's bluff.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true, though.
Yeah, there's an aspect to that.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence.
I remember he got real pissed off when we had what was that movie where they had
Red Dawn.
Not Red Dawn, not the other one where they were making fun of Kim Jong Un and they hacked Sony Pictures.
White House Down or.
Oh god. They couldn't show it in movie theaters. Okay, so let me put it in Korea.
I know what you're talking about. It had Seth Rogen in it.
Seth Rogen, yeah. Korea hacks Sony.
But now the original Red Dawn, the Chinese got pissed off because the first version, it was about them and not the North Koreans. So then they changed it, and the North Koreans got pissed off. It's like, well, you guys are nothing compared to China, so we're going to go along with that story. I'll blame it on you.
Oh, The Interview. The movie was called The Interview. Remember?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, yeah.
It's a funny fucking movie, too.
Movie was good.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking funny.
Yeah, wasn't Kim Jong Un supposed to bomb us if we allowed that to be played? Wasn't that why they wouldn't play it in the theaters or something like that?
Because he hacked Sony.
Yeah, he threatened it. He threatened us with it.
He's gonna bomb us over a movie. Oh god.
Doesn't that sound like 4-year-old shit? Like you're at the fucking kindergarten table. You're like, fucking bomb you because you made fun of me.
That's all it was, complete mockery, but he was so mad.
Fuck you,
Little man
weenie.
syndrome, I guess.
Fuck you, man. I'm going home.
Fuck you, weenie.
You can't go any faster, Captain.
It really pushes their buttons, though. I mean, it's just the simple things, and all of a sudden they're ready to go crazy on you.
Careful what we say, we might cause it.
I always wondered.
Yeah, they're very strict. They're not allowed to hear that kind of stuff there. Their people don't know nothing.
When the war was going on between us and or when we entered into World War II, there was a lot of anti-Hitler propaganda coming out of here in the U.S. I always wondered how Hitler reacted to that. Probably the same. I gotta kill these fucking people. Yeah, there was common references to him dressing up as a girl and all sorts of stuff.
They was in some of the cartoons, some of the old Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, those were good.
Should we go over what happened in it? We already talked about the MOAB was dropped. We
mentioned it.
Oh yeah. Does anybody got any updates on that? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, how much?
I think it was like
$65 million for one of those fuckers.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you thought the Tomahawks were high. Holy cow! I mean, that's not worth it.
So is a javelin. I mean, our own government spends like what is it, $300,000 on a rocket that can go up and down.
But yet we have homeless and starvation.
Oh yeah.
There's no money to be had in feeding the homeless, didn't you know?
Or putting our combat
Sustainable
vets that
energy.
come home. They need homes.
Right.
Not that I believe in war or anything. Not that I believe in war or anything. But come on, dude. When Billy's only got one arm and crutches, and he's like strung out on heroin. What the fuck?
Look, the margins for peace aren't as good as war. That's the problem.
Oh.
Feeding people and helping them out, just they don't help the bottom line, like selling munitions and
Fucking ridiculous.
vehicles, rockets. Well, they just upped the Pentagon spending like almost 10% for the next coming year. I mean, it's crazy. It's like we already spend 10 times as much as the next guy.
Yeah.
And you're going to jack it up that much. It's like it doesn't make any sense.
Definitely.
And you're already broke.
I think one of our viewers said we're getting boring.
Bored?
Yeah.
Well, Tyler's naked on camera.
Yeah.
Is he really? Wow.
I'm naked in front of the camera. It's not that boring. No, I'm not naked. But...
CIA's watching you. Careful.
Oh
They're
my
gonna see
god! Now I'm getting paranoid.
Cover your camera.
You have your lens covered?
Not even running on a fully, probably not running on a fully functional.
Yeah, I know.
Video
I know it's a
card
conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
that
we
may
should come up with something. What are we going to talk about? A steady.
Oh, we
steady
had
something here.
Should we even talk about that?
Talk about what?
Throw it out there.
You guys got an op going on. I don't want to talk about one of the things today, but you guys, both you guys got an op going on right now.
Yeah.
Op Wild, actually. I know I touched on it a little bit on the last episode, but I have my partner in this op on tonight, and hopefully she can tell you a little bit more about it than I did. But right now we're focusing on whale hunts and the whaling industry because it is that season. And also it was brought to my attention by one of our viewers about a whale museum in Japan. We're currently working on that issue. I can't really go much into more detail about it. But the op is now officially up and under the way. So
it's definitely in full force. I can tell our viewers that.
Yeah.
It's definitely on the underground though.
Yeah.
Cough.
Hey, well, we got a name.
Maybe that's not a good topic then, right? Maybe we should move on.
We at least got a name.
Yeah.
But it's also it's on the underground, but we also want boots on the ground. We want it to be something that everybody can participate in as well. The page that me and the person have started is called Anonymous for Animal Rights. I will share it to the ABA after this episode or during, whichever one I can do.
Oh yeah, and if also to our viewers, if any of you guys have any animals that in the Arizona area, I do have a place where you can drop off a dog and no kill. They'll hold on the side of the dog until it gets adopted. Anyway.
That's very helpful. That way they won't put them down on you.
Yeah. It's all run by activists and stuff. So.
Okay, awesome.
That's good.
If you want, Tyler, you can actually give me that information and I'll share it to the page as well.
Oh, for sure.
So, Alexa, would you like to discuss?
I mean, if you think about it, like if the animals die, like we all die, you know, it's all part of the ecosystem. And I mean, people don't really think about it, but like it's all a cycle. And I don't know if we.
What?
If we do what?
Alexa? Did we just lose her?
What just happened?
I don't know. All I hear is clicking. Alexa?
Is anybody else there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Just Alexa.
Alexa. Alexa. Oh.
Gone.
She might be having she's been having Wi-Fi problems lately.
Oh, so
All right.
Preston, you wanted to talk about what was going on in Berkeley?
Oh yeah, that's well. I was hoping Rose and some of the others would be here because they're the Antifa people. But yeah, it looks like there was another Berkeley PD stand down, but it didn't really work to the Antifa's to their favor. Instead, it worked to the Trump supporter in the crowd. There's some pretty good clips from We Are Change. He was like right in the middle of it where they were really going after it. He just shows me they're just the Berkeley PD. They're just lined up. They're just like letting it all happen.
Huh? I didn't even hear about any of this. Remember the We Are the Change? They came out with some really fucking killer videos, but you know, I mean, from what I'm hearing, they're kind of like, you know, if you're with We Are the Change, you're kind of like one of those a sellout, you know?
A We Are Change? No.
Yeah.
Well, Luke's done. Well, I do the main one. I think he started the guy Luke out of New York, but no, he was down there in Berkeley and he had some good videos. But he's had some good confrontations with, you know, some of the Rothschilds, Henry Kissinger, you know, some of the Obama administration scumbags. I don't know if he got Cheney or not. He's got Newt Gingrich a couple times. He got Newt Gingrich to sign a Bohemian Grove pamphlet that he was at that year. It was a pretty slick con.
He's like, hey man, could you sign this shit?
Newt wasn't too happy about it. That's years ago, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff he does. He chases them down. But yeah, he was right there. Some of these clips you see are his from this last get together.
Yeah, don't mind that the weird owl on this thing, man.
But it didn't quite go like last time. There was more of the Antifa and anarchists than there were, security people for them last time. And same thing though, Berkeley PD, they just kind of stand down. I mean, this is what you get in the liberal sanctuary cities. Yeah, they stand down for the leftists to riot, but it didn't quite turn out for
them. What? Easter shootings in Ohio.
What?
That could be. It'd be new.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not in Ohio, so I didn't hear anything about it.
No, it's new. Yeah, I think Loki popped on.
Loki?
I am here, family.
Hey, what's going on?
Not a lot. I just got done helping people move and stuff. Like, try to get on as soon as possible. Have we covered Mosul at all?
No, we haven't. You want to talk about that?
A little bit. I've been talking with somebody. She's not from there, but she went there about a month ago to help bag bodies, basically.
Yeah.
I thought she was going for Doctors Without Borders, but she is going to put people in black bags and stuff. There was reports on the news saying that ISIS has used a a missile filled with chlorine gas to attack Iraqi soldiers. And I'm always skeptical about what I see on the news. You know, mainstream.
You should be, especially when it comes to ISIS. You don't know what's been CGI'd and what's real not.
So I asked her myself, and I was also hearing things like they're not letting people leave. Like anybody that wants to be refugees or anything like that, ISIS won't let people leave. First, they were trying to say that America's going to come and do this and this, and anybody that was still trying to leave, they just started mass murdering.
Yeah.
But they're keeping people there, so they have like a civilian shield, basically. And the United States and Iraqi military have been attacking ISIS, and they're on top of people's houses and stuff. The people can't leave the houses, so when their houses get bombed, you know, civilians are getting killed. So I talked with her a little bit about that, and that's confirmed. You know, I'm a little bit concerned because when she went over to Mosul, I think it was last month, and the death toll last month was about 700 people, which is pretty substantial. And it's been, you know, around 200 or 300 for the last few months, 200 or 300 a month. And now it's starting to really pop off. She went there because she thought it was over, and she just wanted to help clean up and you know, tend to the dead and stuff. And now she's kind of stuck. But she confirmed all that. So it's pretty messed up over there. I mean, it's pretty messed up all around the board.
Yeah, I was hearing some weird stuff, technology that supposedly ISIS had in that area, and I highly doubt what they had was what the news was showing. But they showed them having some sort of Predator drone. And the video that was coming off of the mainstream media definitely looked CGI'd and too expensive for somebody who's, you know, out in the middle of nowhere with this kind of technology. And
but they're
they
controlling
do, yeah, they do have what they do have, and I have seen pictures, shitty pictures of what they actually have. But what they actually have and what the videos that are coming out that they have are two different fucking things. Yeah,
but they're controlling a lot of the oil. Like when we just bombed Syria, which is another good point. Trump had said that ISIS absolutely did not have any chemical weapons, right? So when Assad apparently gassed the rebel town or whatever of his own country, right when the United States was about to kind of get off Assad's back. It was like 2 days later, apparently he gassed his own people, and Trump said ISIS does not have any chemical weapons.
It does, yeah. It doesn't make any sense for Assad to do that, anything like that at this point, you know. Yeah, that's what even the locals will say. That's what even the locals were saying.
And now we know that they have chemical weapons because, I mean, over in Mosul, they just shot a missile loaded with chlorine gas. You know.
Yeah.
So a lot of it doesn't make sense. The thing is, when we attacked that Syrian Air Force base
with
Syrian Air Force base,
missiles, yeah.
That Air Force base was the #1 base that had been bombing ISIS. So when we attacked them, ISIS basically said thank you, and I think they might be in control of another oil field, or they're pretty close to being in control of a massive oil field over there. But they're pretty well funded. I mean, it's all about the oil,
yeah.
And they have control over a pretty substantial amount. So they're making an awful lot of money. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't have some Predator drones.
Well, you know, I was talking earlier. One of our I don't want to say their names, but there's somebody who gives me a lot of information before the show, and they were saying that these new Tomahawk missiles, there was a lot of money to be made off of them. In fact, where was I going to get that? So in Syria, these new Tomahawk missiles were designed to penetrate the S-400 air shield that the Russians had built for Syria. and they put the patent went up, or they got it patented like a month before, and all of a sudden after this bombing, Raytheon's stock goes up.
Of course, that always happens.
Yeah, and the fact that they had used these new missiles as like a testing ground is almost like, almost proves, without a shadow of a doubt that, there are things are not always what they seem to be.
The same with the Moabs. I think you guys talked about that earlier, right? The Moab bomb.
It makes absolutely no sense why somebody would drop a $65 million bomb.
It wasn't $65 million. It was $314 million.
There you go.
To kill about 36 people in tunnels that we helped build.
The CIA built those tunnels way back in the late 70s.
Did they build them? Did they build them for the Mujahideen? Right?
Well, yeah,
to fight off the Russians.
Yeah, the Bin Laden construction group built those.
Osama was driving one of the tractors to build. I mean, from what I've heard, this isn't 100% confirmed, but Osama was driving one of the tractors to help build that stuff. He was there from the beginning, and that was CIA to help the Afghanistan people fight the Soviets with weapons we gave them, training we gave them, and now it's basically turned into ISIS.
Yeah. Well, it's ISIS or ISIL, depending on what news source you listen to. It's the same thing.
It could be Islamic State now. It's something we built, that we funded, that we armed, and now we're apparently fighting them. But you really got to look into things, because like what I just said about Syria, we just helped them out by attacking their number one air competitor, like the Syrian Air Force base that was actually bombing the hell out of them. We just bombed, and they just took over or are close to taking over major oil fields in the area.
Yeah.
And a $314 million to kill 36 people.
I mean, that's one. Not only that, what the funny thing is that I don't get is how the C-130 Globemaster. I believe you need to drop this motherfucker, because this thing needs to be dropped out of a fucking cargo port, out of a plane.
Yep.
And the C-130 Globemaster is not a fast plane.
Oh no!
I'm just saying. I'm surprised there wasn't any correspondence between anybody in that part of the world that thing wasn't shot down. Come on, man. It's like flying a kite, with the everybody's gonna see it.
Target.
Yeah.
I'm sure there was correspondence. Let this plane fly through.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
worry. It's only got. What is it? How many megatons was it? 60?
It was 10 or 11 tons of explosives, I think.
It's only the size of a bus. Don't worry about it. A couple buses.
I think it pretty much levels about a mile radius. It was a pretty big bomb. We only have 14 left, though, so. The state of things is pretty bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I've always been saying, the people just need to get together as a whole, and we can make it stop. It's not simple, really. We need to quit dividing over stupid things, stupid groups, and come together as humanity as a whole.
Well, and realize who the true enemy is. The true enemy doesn't come, with a gun. The true enemy comes, I always say, with money, and with the aims of power.
And you never see that true enemy either.
Yeah.
You don't see it. It's they're sitting in the shadows pulling the strings.
Yep. Like I said, always follow the money trail, man. Always follow the money. That's your enemy.
Yep. Same places. I think we were talking about this a few shows ago. The countries that we're at war with right now don't use the International Monetary Fund. They don't use the IMF. They don't use the World Trade Fund. They don't use the World Economic Forum. They don't use any of those
or the World Bank or the Federal Reserve or anything like that. They're completely independent. So, I mean, they don't owe anybody money. They produce their own money. They have their own resources. So, of course, we'd want to take control of them.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's not just the United States. It's a bunch of really, really rich people from all over the place that are using puppet countries.
Yes. Preston?
Did we lose
Preston? It's just me and you?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, people here.
Okay.
We talked about Mayday at all?
No, we haven't, and we were trying to get. We'll leave that guest come on. Despite all of our arguments with that guy, honestly, he does put in his 2 cents.
You all know, I brought him up several times, and he can be a bit of pain in the ass.
He can be a pain in the ass, but he's still a good guy.
He's a good guy, and he's got a good reach. His efforts are pretty good and stuff. So it would be nice to have him on here soon.
Go ahead, Loki.
As far as I can remember, I mean, since at least I was a child, there's been Mayday marches in the United States and probably all over the world. I'm pretty sure all over the world. And it's when workers and anarchists, unions and stuff get together and march, and it's pretty big. So we're trying to get a lot of Anonymous involved right now. We have a few cities and stuff that should be popping off. Seattle and Portland are looking pretty good.
Yeah.
There's quite a few cities. We want to do things peaceful as possible. So a lot of the Anonymous marches we're planning for earlier in the day, kind of separate from the workers and the anarchists. But I'm sure we're going to tie into each other at some point.
Oh, for sure.
So that's looking pretty promising. And it is just about 6 months from a mass march. And I know a lot of people have been wanting to march more than once a year, November 5th. So it's looking like we might be turning this into a biannual march.
Well, yeah, if I had it my way, we'd be out every weekend.
Well, a lot of us do stay pretty active. I mean, there's a lot of marches and protests and stuff like that we do besides a Million Mask March. But I think it's pretty cool that we have the November 5th thing where we actually get out on the streets instead of on our computers or whatever and make some noise. And it's been getting bigger and bigger.
I was gonna say, yeah, in my city, it was kind of like surprising. I thought that it'd be a big turnout, but I think we got more than 100 heads, so in a big city, which wasn't bad.
That's where I was at last year, and I move around a lot. I was in Washington last year. I was in Washington the year before last, and Idaho last year. And I guess Idaho only got like maybe 9 people 2 years ago that showed up where I'm at.
Yeah.
And last year it was over 100, and it was pretty cool. We marched to the Capitol, and there was actually a politician there that was out in front of the Capitol and had a podium and loudspeaker and stuff like that. And when he saw us get there, he talked for a minute, and we were kind of polite and waiting for him to finish talking. And he looked over at us and he said, "I actually reserved this space for Guy Fawkes Day, and there's about 2 hours left where I have the podium and stuff." And he's like, "Anybody that wants to come out and speak can go ahead and speak." So
yeah,
it was pretty impressive.
I think
to see a politician support us like that.
I think in my city, the biggest thing, because there were a lot of people, but they all got like scattered.
is that we didn't have like a proper like meetup place. They just said at a train station. They didn't say which one. So and like we live in a big city and there's like a lot of train stations, and like the one that they wanted everybody to meet up is like 6 fucking stories. So you're like, go look for the guy with the Guy Fawkes mask. Okay, yeah. So there's like and there wasn't like a proper like we knew exactly where we were gonna go, but we didn't know, there was no mapped out route to get there. So I mean next year or this year, this should be, you know, I've seen some people do some fancy like you know, CGI and you know, mapping of where they're going to go on their route, but you know, it seems like, you know, everybody needs to like step up their game as far as, you know, a little more organization, you know.
Well, the trick to all that is that the best time frame to plan a protest or a march is about 6 to 8 weeks. That way you can gather enough momentum and numbers and people don't start losing interest.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good idea to try to pick a meeting place, especially in cities where you have free parking, and people can meet up out in the open like a park. We didn't do this in Boise last year because it's kind of small, but planning a route is pretty good. We just kind of went with the flow. We went through the Saturday market and stuff and made sure lots of people saw us. But bigger cities, you want to plan a route, you want to have a meeting place, but you don't want to let people know until the last week or so where it's at.
Well, not only that, you're gonna get what happened with us. You get flack from the cops and stuff like that.
I was kind of surprised to get flagged. We had an armed 3% escort with an AR-15, wearing a suit and tie and the Guy Fawkes mask and stuff, and
that's pretty tight.
Yeah, right. There you go, Preston.
He helped carry the podium into the courthouse with the AR-15 strapped to his back.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
This is one of the legislators up there?
No, there was only one politician, and he reserved, you know, a spot for us. Legally, in most cities and states, you're supposed to get a permit and have a planned route and stuff like that, which is a good idea in a lot of places because a lot of cities aren't really receptive to us.
Yeah.
You know, to the police and.
Well, especially around a capital. I mean, they really, you know, of all the things they protect in the state, that's usually one of them. They don't like you coming on. I know up here in Austin, man, you try to come on with even a legacy pistol, you know, out of the 1800s, they'll still arrest you, even though it's, you know, nothing illegal about it. You know, the state troopers get all wound up.
Right. Idaho's pretty cool. You don't have to have a concealed weapons permit to carry a gun concealed. You don't have to have a permit. So you never know who's packing, and everybody seems like they're really, really polite and nice.
Hey, funny how that works, huh?
Yeah, it is. But we were peaceful. We've been peaceful. You know, they've never had any problems with us, and we've never really had any issues with them. So I don't think it was a big deal. Grows, though, you never know what's going to happen. Like I said, there was only 9 people 2 years ago and over 100 last year. So they might start getting a little nervous. I think as long as we let them know that we're trying to be peaceful and spread a message and, you know, are trying to make some change and stuff.
Do they ever, in the D.C. march, do they ever, because I know in District of Columbia, it's illegal to protest or even walk around with a mask on. So I'm always wondering if they use that against us to like just arrest us just for having a mask on.
I looked into that because that's the closest march to my area, and obviously you've heard me trying to advocate for it. It is illegal to conceal your face, but the only fight that you can really use for that is you have the right to keep your identity anonymous when it comes to protesting.
in DC though, you're legally supposed to. I was kind of impressed with Million Mask March last year, because they're pretty restrictive about this in DC, like they are with everything. But you're supposed to have your permit and your route planned and stuff like that 6 months in advance.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Just give them 6 months to prepare. Just give them 6 months to prepare. They will do all the investigation on everybody there. No, fuck that.
Yeah, you got to give them all the people. Everybody has to be vetted, I guess, too, right? I mean,
Yeah, no, yeah. Don't forget to file your permits so they know who to arrest.
and God,
Right.
God forbid somebody show up that's not on the list. You really have to hammer your ass.
Have any of you guys
Don't forget to apply your national ID card while you're at it.
Have any of you guys seen that thing on Facebook where they're trying to make it a summit of admins for groups? So if you admin a group,
Yeah, they've been trying to get me into that as well. They go, "Are you an admin on something on Facebook?" I'll be like, "On quite a few pages, but fuck you, Facebook." No.
it sounds like a total roundup to me. You know?
Yeah. They'll be like, "Oh, look, it's anonymous. Yeah, you're fucking going to jail, bud. You are totally fucking going to jail."
And you know, Trump and Hillary both said they want us arrested or done and gone. You know?
Oh, anonymous? Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
There was just something. I think it's a CIA director or some new CIA guy, and he was talking a bunch of crap about Assange and how they're not state-run and, you know, basically whatever. But they were talking about anonymous too. Trump actually wants to shut down certain parts of the internet where ISIS might be collaborating, which would probably be a lot of the same places where we
How does he doesn't even know how the internet works. Apparently he believes that if you call Bill Gates, he'll fix the fucking problem. I mean, like, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. No. Remember that dumbass speech he had? And we're gonna fix this problem, and we're gonna call Bill Gates. It doesn't work like that.
Well, can you imagine? Yeah, you're listening to a bunch of military guys. You're kind of out of the loop too. I mean, you talk about being detached from reality. You know. Yeah, I mean, they listen to, and everything's national security, right? We're all a bunch of paranoid delusionals, you know, wrapped up in our national security and OPSEC. So it's like, yeah, you get wound up pretty quick. I mean, look how it didn't take him long to get to Trump. Look at how he is now than it was when the day he got in. I mean, they've gotten to him.
Oh yeah.
You'd kind of think too, if he's so paranoid about being tapped and hacked and his privacy invaded, that he would do a little bit more to defend ours. But instead, he's made it, or trying to make it, so, you know, targeted advertising and all that stuff that Obama made illegal, you know, without our consent. They're not supposed to spy on us. They're not supposed to do targeted advertising, any of that stuff. And Trump wants to repeal that.
Yeah.
He's losing his base, man. The more he does stupid shit like that.
It's the same with every politician, though. Every single election year divides families, divides friends. It makes people that are blood and love each other hate each other and turn their backs on each other. And after a couple months, crap.
Yeah, it didn't take long.
Sorry, lost.
He didn't put up much of a fight. I think it was all set up anyway. I mean, look at all these Goldman Sachs and CFR guys that are in his cabinet, billionaires. I mean, you can't drain the swamp if you're going to bring the same guys in, man.
It's always a setup, and they do this stuff like right in front of our faces now. I mean, at least back in the day when I was younger, they used to have a little bit of something, you know, where they'd be sneaky or whatever. But now they're pretty much just like, hey, F you, you know, like, we're going to do this and it's going to happen. And whether it's, you know, against the law or not, this is the way things are going to work. I don't care. And they definitely don't
care about us. They care about the corporations they're working for and the people that are feeding their pockets.
Yeah.
Yeah, there used to be. What happened to the smoky back room? They don't even do that anymore. I guess maybe you can't smoke, so you can't do the smoky back room. But you see how times have changed. I mean,
They'll be like, "No, man, the smoke room's in the green room now, man." Hey, Secretary of State, stop hitting the bong.
That would be nice. That would probably actually make a lot of things better. If all these guys were sitting there and smoking or whatever. But that's not how it is. They're just feeding their pockets, getting rich.
Yeah.
sniffing some cocaine.
Yeah.
Why do you think all the money up in D.C. gets all that cocaine powder? 30% of the money coming out of D.C. has trace residue on it of, coke. I mean, it's like, come on, man. I know you guys got a lot of extra cash up there, but that's ridiculous.
Well, it's like this. When people think about that conspiracy about the CIA involved in a weird scandal that stems back to Iran and goes all and then involving the Contras down south, and they were essentially exchanging guns for cocaine, and they were flying a humanitarian plane, and they really were involved in getting cocaine and bringing it here to America. It really fucking happened.
This ain't Fast and Furious, but really, I mean, Fast and Furious, where we gave them a bunch of guns. Obama did, actually. He gave us cell phones. He gave them guns.
Yeah. Eric Holder got impeached on that, and they didn't do anything. He got to keep his office and all the rest of it.
Oh, on the cocaine thing? Because remember, what's his name? What's his name? Remember, after he told Congress exactly what he was doing, he had signed documents before saying that he was null and void of any kind of consequence of what would happen based on papers that he had signed previously. It was almost like a get out of jail free card. No matter who got fucking busted with the cocaine or whatever fucking happened, it was all a ruse. Everybody was gonna go away scot-free over that shit.
You gotta think too. Like, I mean, I don't know how things are in the cities where you're from. I've been to a lot of cities, and I don't think there's any possible way that mules or people even smuggling a few kilos or pounds of heroin or coke across the border could feed the cities and feed the habits of the drug addicts in the cities alone. I mean, this stuff's in rural areas. Methamphetamines aren't being homemade anymore. It's all coming from Mexico.
Mexico, yeah.
Yeah. You don't find meth labs and stuff like that very often at all in the U.S. because it's all coming from Mexico. So if you're walking around a big city and you actually look at all these drug addicts and stuff, or some drug addicts or have been a drug addict, I don't think there's any possible way that they could have enough mules, smuggling, eating the drugs and bringing it over, sneaking it through the borders in cars to feed the daily habit.
Oh yeah, of course they're paying people, on the ships or wherever however they're coming in, and I'll pay you fucking $10,000 to fucking look the other way. Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I think it's bigger than that. Remember that there was that big thing. I think they made a movie about it over in Vietnam where they were smuggling heroin.
Oh, Blue Magic. Yeah, that's old school. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'd have tons and tons of coffins, and it was full of heroin instead of bodies.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine them being able to possibly bring enough drugs in one day to feed the habits of the people in this country in one day, unless it's coming over from the government. Cargo
for sure. That's what I was always telling people. When it came to those fentanyl outbreaks that would come out, because it's not easy to make in a clandestine lab, and you need a lot of the raw ingredient to make it. So then it always boils down to is like it's either leading down to organized crime or somebody with some real pull and some weight is fucking getting the not only the way the precursors, but the chemicals to make it. It ain't easy to make like fentanyl.
And it's
Tell you
not.
that.
It's not cheap either. I mean, fentanyl.
No, it's not cheap. The precursor to make fentanyl is like it's like in the straw of the poppy plant, and it's in such a small amount that you need a lot of it. You know what I mean? So this ain't no common precursor that you can get off the black market and start making into other things. You know what I'm saying?
But for some reason they're able to cut heroin, which is already pretty cheap, with fentanyl, which is really, really expensive.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then you get all these addicts dying all over the fucking cities when that shit starts happening. It's, wow.
You're gonna be an addict regardless. You know, if you're using something like that, you're gonna be addicted. So why make it 100 times more potent for half?
Because you want to kill. Because you want to kill people. I think that's legitimate. That's the legitimacy of putting fentanyl in the dope. You know, that's just me though.
Yeah, well, who is it that's wanting to kill people though? I mean, it's not the drug dealers because they want to keep their customers.
Oh, you see,
I
there's always these R&D government programs going on, the clandestine ones that you don't hear about until 20 or 30 years later. They just do it. You know, I mean, they poisoned alcohol in the 30s. You know,
using denatured alcohol instead of the regular stuff.
Yeah, they might have been putting something else too, but yeah, they think they may have killed like 10,000 people, which is not a lot, but still, it's like the whole point was, it kind of was their plan to do that. It wasn't enough just to dump the shit down the sewer and get rid of it. No, we're going to keep it. We're going to doctor it up. There's some chemicals in it and mess you up. It's just the weird things they do. It's just
like the TPP they're putting in Lucky Charms and stuff like that. Have you guys seen that video? Or looked at the back of the box
for Lucky Charms?
Any General Mills?
Yeah, it says may contain GMOs.
No, they have TPP, which is God, I want to say it's like a rat poison or pesticide. It's a pretty hardcore kill you type chemical.
Is that the similar stuff that they were finding out in DAPL, the rat poison shit? Though
I wouldn't doubt it. It's trisodium phosphate.
I think so.
If you look at the back of the boxes and you look it up, give me just a second and I'll look it up myself.
Okay.
Now TSP, you could buy that. That's like a cleaner. It's like a mild cleaner that you can get.
That's what it is.
But yeah, why that would be on the list?
It says right on the TSP, like in contact, call poison control and stuff like that, and they're putting it in our children's cereal.
Yeah.
Like,
seems like we got a hater in our viewers tonight.
Oh no!
Okay.
Hey, what kind of comments we got? I guess it's a good time to hear about comments.
I don't know. Is this Dan saying, "Help me understand the relevance of Anonymous when everything is secret and no actions are in view." Huh.
Everybody's got their own opinions.
Yeah.
I think we're doing good. We're reaching a lot of people and stuff. I know Ego's coming.
I don't know. I don't know exactly, but there was Occupy Wall Street was pretty fucking big. Let me see.
Now, when I don't remember ever hearing Anonymous associated with Occupy Wall Street. I mean, I wasn't, as in tune at the time, but
Anonymous was a huge part of the Occupy movement. The Egyptian Spring.
Yeah, the Arab Spring.
Yeah.
Egypt actually shut the internet down over there, and it was Anonymous that pretty much planned all that with the people over there, and we got their internet back up. There's Scientology. There's, ISIS. We've done a lot of damage to ISIS. We've had some pretty big wins. It's win or lose though, but at least we're trying to make a difference. And even if we, don't do great every time. We're at least keeping things in balance. You know, if there's not people like us out there that are trying to awaken other people or doing real world efforts like, you know, protests and marches or even DDoS attacks, you know, silly things like that, whatever it takes. If there's not people like us out there doing that, then we're screwed, you know? I mean, we
Well,
might
I mean, as far as the DDoS attacks goes, I mean, you know, you can, you know, they might be silly at sometimes, but you know, sometimes those things do a lot of damage.
Look at
and,
Op Icarus, you know.
You know,
that was
there
pretty
wasn't
successful.
there wasn't a lot of secrecy involved with that either. That was pretty out there in the open, like, you know, announcing like, hey, we're gonna do this, and then, you know, if you want to do it with us, hop on in. I think the person in that comment section probably, I don't know, maybe they're not a troll, maybe they are, who knows, but you know, I would say they haven't had the exposure to Anonymous that, you know, a lot of us has, because, you know, a lot of what I see, I mean, it's just all out there in the open.
I guess he's saying he's not a hater. He's just trying to understand. I don't know. I guess, you know, when you come in contact with Anonymous, there really isn't a guideline book on how to, like, what exactly we're doing. And you know what I'm saying?
No, there's not. That's the best way to do it too. And that you know, no heads or nothing like that. Anybody can step up at any time and propose a good idea or offer a project. And you know, if you get enough people at that time to back it, then it can be pretty successful.
Which isn't hard to do at all.
And if you don't, and it's a good cause, I mean, you're still at least keeping evil at bay. I mean, at least you're fighting to keep things balanced. At best,
well, you know, in my opinion, where we're at today, we're definitely doing that. I can guarantee you that there's people out there before they make certain decisions that, you know, is someone anonymous going to find out about this? Are we going to have all these mass people we can't identify down our throats, fucking our shit up because we did this? You know, maybe not everybody's thinking like that, but, you know, I guarantee you there's corporations out there, there's politicians out there that they're thinking about the people out there like us before they make certain moves.
And then there's 50 billion other people out there that thinks because you know somebody in Anonymous or you know Anonymous that we're gonna attack whatever cause they want. And just to awaken all people, we're not your personal army.
Yeah, and
Right.
don't be emailing us. You know, I get the, sorry guys, I hate to burst some of the bubbles, some of the messages we get, but I will get daily messages. Can you hack my girlfriend's Facebook?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I got one today from on the ABB page.
Yeah.
I was like Google phishing accounts.
I got a better tip. For anyone out there that wants us to hack their girlfriend's account, how about you get a new fucking girlfriend you can trust?
Yeah.
How about
And
you get
just
some
dump your
confidence?
phone, just put your phone in a glass of water and you don't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you hack your phone.
I've made it pretty clear a lot of times I'm not a hacker. I'm an activist. You know, I try to do things real world, and Anonymous and the internet has really helped me reach more people. But you don't ask somebody if they're hackers. You don't ask them.
I get that.
If they're a hacker and they want you to know, they'll let you know.
Or learn that stuff yourself. It's not too hard to Google or YouTube videos of how to hack Facebook or whatever. Don't ask other people to incriminate themselves for silly things. It's ridiculous. Don't ask us who are you know, fighting banks and planning marches and doing stuff like that to hack your girlfriend's account, or because you're mad at somebody, them or whatever.
I mean, I did get a legitimate one that I should probably bring up to some of the crew, but
This was a legitimate concern that needed some technical skills. Apparently, I have some friends that do work in some sensitive areas, and somebody's been stealing their information and threatening to go to their employers about I don't know, more like a hacker that's trying to sabotage people, and it's revolving around money. So, I mean, those are.
Oh, you're talking about the laptops and the extortion thing?
No, this was completely different. My friends work in a sensitive area, and stuff like this was going around. So, I mean, those are legitimate causes. But when it comes to hacking for your girlfriend's Facebook, come on, man, really?
You guys all know that the NSA tools, I think it's shadow brokers that just leaked everything. I mean, the NSA tools that they use to spy on us have been being leaked, a few tools at a time. But I believe that they pretty much just released the tools that NSA uses to spy on us to the general public.
Oh, well, more than that, there's a tools that the NSA was using to hack the SWIFT network. They've actually hacked into, and it was mainly Egyptian banks several years ago. So I mean, it shows you it can be done.
The SWIFT network, are you talking about some one of the
banking.
police database? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was thinking you were talking about some kind of police database where they look everybody up and shit.
No. Well, hell, if they can do that, they can do all the rest.
They have too many systems. I can't keep track of all that shit anymore.
Well, their systems and tools just got released to the public. From what I've seen, anything Microsoft that people are using is at serious risk right now. Basically, children. I mean, it's the NSA scripts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they had stuff for Cisco routers, various operating systems.
I believe there was a Windows exploit as well.
Oh, I mean they've got everything exploited pretty much.
Yeah.
But I thought one of the holy grails for you hacker guys was getting into that banking network. They've got tools that do it now.
That would be nice. I think the banks get a lot of cybersecurity experts, like people like us that end up turning to the other side that are really good hackers that help protect them. So I think a lot of them have different systems and some pretty good firewalls and stuff.
Oh, they definitely have their own hackers.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was listening to one of those seminars on banking security and some of the stuff that they deal with, and there's some really weird techniques that people were doing to try and get money out of a bank, and one of them was using negative numbers to and doing a weird calculation on the things to generate money and send it elsewhere. I was like, some really ingenious shit,
Damn.
Yeah.
It's not ever going to stop. It's just going to keep advancing as long as we have the technology that we have. There's going to be people that, I don't know, like gamers or whatever, and you learn your cheat codes and stuff, or figure out a glitch in the system and exploit it and show your friends. There's always going to be a glitch in the system, and we're always going to be here.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as there's an internet, we're going to be all over it everywhere.
You're fading out, Lukey.
Am I sorry?
I hear. Go ahead.
I think it was Vault 7 stuff that got leaked pretty good. Have we talked about Vault 7 in the last couple shows?
Oh yeah, we talked about it, but we keep on getting new viewers, so you gotta go ahead and talk more about Vault 7.
I don't know a lot about it. I know it's supposed to be the NSA tool chest that they use,
Oh yeah.
I was hoping maybe you guys had a little bit more.
Well,
intelligence.
it wasn't. Some of it was some really, this was stuff that Edward Snowden was talking about. Months before this stuff. Months before it even came out and about. But what was in there is stuff that was embedded into the firmware on your network interface card, resembling an on and off switch. There were certain things within, I believe it was they had to redesign Notepad++ because of this shit. So, and it goes a little even further. Is that your own government was going to a lot of deal to spy on its own citizens unknowingly, with the cooperation of these manufacturers that were making everything's from cell phones to laptops. If I'm not mistaken, right?
Let's touch on that for a second. All right. Like location on your phone, right? You have location on your phone for GPS. When you turn your location off your phone, you're hoping that your GPS is off, right?
You're hoping.
You can still be located, and here's the thing: is that a lot of people don't understand is using IP geolocations. When you're depending on how you're connected to the internet, the IP geolocations can be completely inaccurate, and that is due to a lot of the ways that you're connected to the internet, where the last hop is, and how accurate is the script or program that you're using to trace the IP.
So if you turn your location off and you call 911 or emergency, whatever, when they call back, they already know where you're at.
A general area.
Oh, well, yeah, they're gonna trace the positioning of the call that has nothing to do with the GPS chip. They've been doing that well before we had GPS and phones. They can position the strength of your phone between a few towers and determine a very precise location just based on how strong you're connecting to a few different towers. So the GPS is irrelevant on that. Really, what you're hiding by turning that off is like you're keeping other apps out of it that don't have business in it. Like Facebook doesn't need to be connected to your GPS.
I mean, you can't just look you up and see exactly where you're at. That GPS is still going, isn't it? I mean, it's still sending the signal to the satellite.
Aren't there Google? Can't you go to some Google site where if you put in the right info, it'll show you where you've been on your cell phone? I mean, it's like that.
See, I've never been able to get that to work.
Neither have I. I've seen that article pop up a bunch of times, and on the history location on your Google Maps is supposed to be in there, and I looked in there, and none of it seems to pop up. So I don't know how accurate that article has been. But apparently they were saving, according to this article, that they were saving your geolocations. Now, what I did find out, this is something new on Google Maps, is that they have been doing saver locations on where you parked. So maybe their plans are actually to get that stupid ass history working.
Oh, well, I mean, I guarantee you they keep track of your history. I mean, look at apps like, there's stuff like Map My Run, innocent looking apps, but they reveal quite a lot about how the cell phones work. I mean, everybody listening right now, take your Android phone, turn the screen on, go to the home screen, set it down on the table, and just start talking a bunch of random words, and then throw OK Google in there and watch your phone pop up ding, and then start recording everything you say after that and put the words up on the screen. Now, that's convenient because, hey, I can grab my phone and I can say, OK Google, search for a nice restaurant near me. Yeah, that's nice, but you know what does that tell a smart person? That your phone is always listening.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. And not only is it always listening, it's always analyzing every word you say so
Waiting
that
for
it
the
can
keyword.
listen for the trigger words. Yes.
Yep.
And that goes right back to targeted advertising too.
And
Which,
I mean, it's connected to the internet, so you know, you do the math.
You know what I feel? You remember what was the Amazon product that they wanted everybody to get?
The Echo or the Alexa.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's totally cute. This thing is totally listening to you and you and your loved one having their intimate moments and all, and you talking about shit that'll incriminate you. But don't worry about it because Amazon won't sell your shit to the NSA. Don't fucking worry about it. You know, Jesus.
what about that sex toy company that just got popped? I think it might have been called View or something like that, and it was a digital sex toy that was recording what people were doing and stuff.
I never heard of that.
Well, no,
I do not doubt it.
Yeah, I think it was
People's sexual activity, and I think that's targeted advertising there too. You know, to know who to send advertisements to or whatever. But they just got popped and had to pay a bunch of money. I'm pretty sure this is fact too.
Well, they were hacking the dildo cams. Let's just put it that way. I mean,
I'm laughing like a little girl.
Let me see if I can find the information. I'll be right back.
Oh, the dildo. What the fuck?
He's going to go do some heavy research on that
He's
one.
going to do some deep research on this one.
I feel like this is a Rick Harrison moment. Like, I've got a guy that specializes in bullshit. Let me give him a call.
The dildo hacker. He's out there, man.
But I mean, if you really just pay attention to all these little things like that, I mean, you'll realize that it's all connected, and you know, they realized that the capabilities were there. It just took a small connection here, a small connection there, and all of a sudden everything is streaming into a database in the middle of the fucking desert.
Yeah, they actually they got the NSA. I wouldn't be surprised if it's all being stored there. You know, the one that the one they got in Utah.
Yeah, that's where I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, it's a data center. They straight up admit that they're storing, you know, massive amounts of data on everybody. I mean, hell, this Google Hangout conversation is being streamed right into their database right now. I guarantee you. I mean, if they're listening and storing conversations of grandmas calling to wish their grandkids happy birthday, you know, you best believe everything you do is in that fucking database.
No, there's about 100 feds doing a psychological evaluation on you right now, on each one of us. They're gonna stuff that.
They're like Tyler really needs to go to his therapist. He really needs to go to a therapist.
He's always talking about his addiction. Something going on there.
And yep, it's 4 a.m. and Tyler Durden's still awake. That insomnia shit.
You know, hackers never sleep, but what is he doing? You know, like...
Don't talk about Fight Club.
You said it. Oh my God, you fucking said it. Well, you know, most of us here are fucking anarchists, so who are we to obey some goddamn rules?
So the company is called WeVibe, and they have.
Could they just call it the iVibe? I mean, like how much closer could you get to a ripoff?
They have to pay £3 million to users, and basically it was a vibrator that your partner could remotely activate from anywhere in the world, and it recorded temperature, how often people used it,
and even the frequency of the vibration. Yeah. So,
Dang, the
Who
frequency.
Who wants this kind of data? Like, who really wants this? Like, seriously.
Well,
like,
no, you know, I'll tell you who it is. It's engineers with too much time. They come up with shit like that.
like, hey man, you won't believe this shit, but we got this like internet dildo shit, and we're gonna store all the data so that we know what kind of shit does what. I'm like, what the fuck?
So we know what frequency you're vibrating.
Yeah, I don't know. They're recording
Not talking spiritually, guys.
No, let's see, let's see what kind of thrusting, torque and all the rest of it. It's like, hey, what's going on?
I saw
Let's get some
3 or 4 weeks ago, but I mean,
get some moisture analysis.
Yeah, right. Right.
Does it detect gender? Does it detect gender?
Temperature.
Well,
though?
hey, where are they sticking this thing? That's what you want to know.
Is it alive or dead? Is it body temperature?
Yeah, it may not be going where we think it is.
Man, the things people come up with, I tell you what. This fucking world just makes me sad, guys.
It's getting pretty insane. I mean, there's a lot more of us here, though. The more people, the more ideas, the more whatever, the more insanity.
The more dildo cams we can come up with. And the more hackers that'll be willing to hack into those dildo cams.
Who would want the kind of data? Seriously. Like, come on, man.
The only hacker that would go after that data would be like the world's loneliest virgin perv fucking hacker ever.
Watch, he's living in his mom's basement.
Like 400 pounds, acne everywhere, like going bald, like your typical
like 50 times a day. See some pictures. Talk to me on the phone. Yeah,
Dude, I only weigh 165 pounds.
What's going to be the op name for that one?
I'm not even interested in touching that one. Bigger fish to fry.
Op Eddie.
I mean, I think we should just stick to the fappening. That's getting us somewhere.
Damn. Op safe sex. So what else is going on in the world? Have we talked about the I saw a pretty good anonymous video, like I think it might be 5 days ago today, that said nuclear Korea or North Korea might have sent a nuclear sub our way and stuff. And I know for a fact that we've had a ton of sub-hunter aircraft off the coast and stuff the last few days.
Yeah. Oh man, World War III is gonna pop off any day. Civil War is gonna pop off any day. It is fucking about to go down in America hardcore.
It could be, or maybe not. I mean, it seems like we've had this agenda pushed on us forever, and everybody's at high alert every few months, every time there's a war or something going on. And I mean, things are scary. It's always scary, but it seems like this has been pushed on us for a really, really long time. I mean, I know a lot of preppers. I know a lot of whatever people that are expecting this stuff, but they have been for years and years and years and years and years. So is it another like red alert, get ready?
Well, yeah, just get ready to duck and cover, man. Just do what the government tells you. Just duck and cover. Get yourself under a desk somewhere. You'll be all right.
I mean, hey, isn't that what they taught us in school?
Yeah, that's what they used to.
Hide under the desk, tuck your head between your legs, kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, now what's that going to buy you? Like a tenth of a second, a half of, I mean, how much is that desk going to buy you when that bomb goes off? Give me a break.
I was reading an old Army manual, and it said, if a nuclear weapon goes off,
Did I tell you? Were you on, Ed, when I was showing the video of the North Korean? There's a missile going on in the background, and this is something you would see in North Korea. And there's a missile going on, and there's a reporter talking about the missile, and the North Korean is demonstrating their military capabilities, and there's a cone that's bent on the missiles, like kind of sorta, like really bent, like it was like made out like saying that it was like a dummy, it was a drone, it was a dud.
Huh.
Yeah,
No, I didn't see that.
it's in our chat.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, that's their new high-tech shit. We don't even have that, Tyler.
You can't even fly it straight with a bent fucking nose. You can't fly that thing fucking straight. Come on. It's fucking broken.
That thing straight.
It's broken. If it's not broken, it's made out of cardboard. Come on.
Well, you just can't find good slave labor, nowadays in North Korea. I mean, look at what they're doing. It's outrageous.
I just don't understand.
Yeah. I have a question for you guys or anybody listening that's watching the comments, because I really want to know. I'm not a war person. I think that every country should defend their soil, and that's it. That's my own personal view. But when your country has been being threatened of nuclear war by a little tiny country for since Kim Jong was in charge over there, been several years that he's been threatening to nuke us, why isn't anybody doing anything? Like, if you're threatening to nuke another country for years and actually developing nuclear capabilities, wouldn't you think any other country would be proactive and say, no, you're not going to do shit and drop bombs on them?
Well, it's always been, North Korea has always been hypothetically, like I think that a lot of people, they do have nuclear capabilities, but they're not at what everybody else thinks they're. I mean, the last one they tested was not plutonium. They were testing out that was like, they think it was a hydrogen bomb.
What I'm asking is basically, we got a couple planes crashed into building on our, Twin Towers collapsed. Whoever's responsible for that, okay? And we've been at war since then with tons of other countries. So we got hit by a couple planes. Buildings collapsed. A lot of people died. We've been at war since then. So why are we not doing anything at all about a country that's been threatening
Well,
to...
here's probably the biggest reason is China and North Korea have a mutual defense agreement. So if we were to proactively take action against North Korea for their threats by China's treaty with North Korea, they would have to attack us. Or they would be in violation of their treaty with North Korea, which I highly doubt they would violate. So there is that.
Well, I mean, speaking of, anybody going into a major conflict with North Korea is, I guarantee you it would be like it would be a breeding ground for World War III. I can tell you that.
But China just had a bunch of their troops on the border of South Korea and North Korea.
Yeah,
So
it's the perfect storm.
Oh, it's about to pop off. I mean, it's only a matter of time until one of the sides says, you know what, that's it, I'm about to just start pressing buttons and blowing shit up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're over here bombing the fuck out of everybody. Russia's had enough of this shit because we're bombing, their allies. Eventually it's going to come back to bite us in the ass, and when it does, I guarantee you fucking Trump is going to go ape shit and just probably blow up the whole goddamn planet in about 5 fucking minutes.
Yeah.
But I mean, once that first nuclear bomb drops, it's going to be retaliated with at least one other nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
At bare minimum, that's the best we're going to get is one nuke on one side of the world and then a nuke on the other side of the world. And from there, we're going to be lucky if there isn't 10 more that fucking pop off right away. But aside from just the blast of the fucking nuclear explosion, I mean, you've got the way that it changes the environment. The fallout that blocks the sun. I mean, it's going to be famine, disease, death for decades because of this shit. Especially if 3, 4, 5 of those fucking things go off. It's literally going to destroy our fucking planet. Like, it might not blow it to pieces, but I mean, it's not going to be able to sustain life anymore.
No, it'll be pretty much uninhabitable. That was, even NORAD, where there are a lot of these nuclear detonation devices and missiles, that they have enough food stores and stuffs in there to last like 100 years, as long as it would take for the world to recoup from something like that.
Yeah, well, I hope they got enough people willing to defend the swarms, like defend off the swarms of people coming for that, because we got 7 billion people on this planet.
Wow.
Something tells me they don't have enough food for 7 billion people for 100 years.
Oh God, no! It's probably like enough
something
for like 60 people.
Yeah, something tells me they've got just enough for the elite and their families.
It's easy. It's easy to grow, and it's easy to teach people to grow. Like vertically, you can grow stuff forever. You can grow all kinds of stuff.
Give me the means to build it. I'll grow a food tower that goes to fucking space.
Well, wasn't that the essential backings of what DARPA was trying to do when they were coming up, Defense Aerospace and Research Project Administration, when they were developing IP? When they were developing, was it IP version 6? Essentially, the backings of some of the planning for the internet was for, I believe it was for nuclear holocaust, and to have databases and computers so that these places could communicate with each other.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Military universities. Yeah, that was way back, like 50s and 60s.
50s and 60s, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the internet was created. And the dark net, or the deep web or whatever, was created during the Cold War era. So
I mean, see right there. I mean, look, the internet you think is free and yours and everything.
Oh, no.
It was really just a government project.
It really was. Yeah.
So they've been there the whole time.
Well, at least the protocols were. I mean, not the actual World Wide Web per se, but that's a little different. But the protocols that they're backing up, the way the computers communicate to each other. Yes, that was a government funded project.
Well, I mean, almost everything in the construction of the internet has been at least funded by the government, if not having them directly involved. I mean, the money flow has, pretty much everything aside from, hell, they probably had government funding for the little networks they created throughout MIT.
Yeah.
We're just going to use it to bite them in the ass. I've been
saying for about a fucking decade now that their biggest fuck up was letting us get on the internet. That was the moment you guys really fucked up and ruined everything about your plans.
Yep. Power to the people.
I'm no psychic, but if I was one of them when, they were having that Bilderberg meeting and they were like, so we've been talking about letting the people get on the internet, I would have been like, are y'all motherfuckers retarded? Let the people get on the... Dude, they're going to overthrow us with the internet. Are you fucking crazy?
Do you remember back in the day when we used to have before there was the internet, we used to have to dial up another computer? Remember that? Before there was BBS
or
BBS, yeah. Remember, we used to have to when we wanted to play video games, we used to have to dial each other's computers. My mom would get so fucking pissed. So fucking pissed. She'd be like, "What the fuck is this fucking sound?" I'm like, "Mom, I'm playing Doom." Don't worry about it.
With somebody in Pennsylvania. What? and then grandma calls and knocks you offline in the middle of the match.
Yeah, I remember it was CompuServe and then America Online, and then America Online wasn't part of the World Wide Web. It was just like its own little web.
Yeah,
And
see,
then-
I was America Online was where I got started in like '94, I think.
CompuServe was a little bit before then, but they kind of went under. But yeah, it was like in the same boat.
Yeah, that was like before it was connected to the World Wide Web, and when it was just its own network, like it was pretty weird, man. Like, I mean, you would literally just like hop onto the home screen, and like there's what you can do that you can click on. Like, oh wow,
It was pretty limited.
you can check the weather. There's a couple news articles. Okay. Okay. There's
Remember they had those shitty ass games that were like really shitty that like didn't work right.
the whole like kids area. That was like the most poppin' spot though. That was like all AOL was, that in chat rooms.
I remember,
It
like,
was like IRC with extras.
I remember like the first thing they did when they got with the World Wide Web. The first thing I looked for is porn. And then like it took like an hour to look at a picture. You're like, fuck this shit.
Oh man, I remember the first JPEG I loaded, and it would be like a line of pixels would appear across the screen.
And it loads wrong and stops
Tick,
halfway. You're like,
tick,
fuck!
tick. And then another line of pixels would come across the screen. And man, you might get like 10 lines of pixels, and you're like, dude, fuck this. This is like wasting my life over here. I'll tell you, the coolest thing back in the day, though, was Sega Genesis had this thing called the Sega Channel. And it was like right when, the internet was coming out, where people were starting to get it in their homes, really like right before that. And these guys were sending video games through the cable line where you could actually play them.
No shit.
And like you would screw the cable line into this cartridge that plugged into the Sega Genesis, and it would rotate out a selection of 50 different games every month.
Oh, this was like, what was this? I don't remember that because I wasn't in the Sega crowd though. I was like with some other systems that kind of went nowhere. Remember 3DO and shit?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it was like
Vision. That's like the first system that was
yeah,
ever.
it was kind of cool. It almost looked like PlayStation, but it kind of went nowhere. It was ahead of its time, I can tell you that. It was 32-bit.
Nice. Hell, that Sega Channel thing was ahead of its time, man. Looking back on that, like,
yeah, that's weird. That's the hard coded too, in a dongle type thing like that.
Oh, I mean that was crazy. Like, hell, I remember though, like there was no saving your game on that. That was the only downfall.
Oh, you can only like play and then like you couldn't save it.
Yeah, so I got on Final Fantasy 2 on that, got all the way to the last boss, and my brother thought it would just be oh so hilarious if he pressed the reset button.
On Final Fantasy, I'd be so pissed.
Like, oh my god, Final Fantasy 2 was like one of the longest ones, dude. That game was fucking ridiculous. Good times though, good times.
All right, well, I'm family. I got to get up early.
I got you.
Guys.
All right, Loki.
We start talking computer things and then we start losing viewers.
Over my head, I'm out of here.
motherfuckers. No, I really do have to get up early.
Where'd everybody go?
People are still here. You got Tyler, Arm, and Preston, at least.
Yeah.
Yep,
All right,
I'll be kicking it for a little bit at least.
Yeah, same here.
I'll be listening until I fall asleep. Good night, you guys.
Hey, what does that tell us?
Fuck you, Loki.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't know if I like that.
Oh, he really did leave. I thought he was joking. Man.
Hey, any more comments, Tyler?
Oh, I wasn't even checking. Hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm in a car.
That was Loki's job. He just took off.
You're not allowed to have a view on politics if you're in the military or cadets. You know, like, military paid for my schooling to work with the veterans affected by war psych nursing, but didn't want to pursue a job after a psych ward, and it's deadly. They hold up people for no reason. It said that one girl, 5 months, her discharge date was set to April 11th, but budget cuts happened, so they held her longer now so people can protect their job security bullshit.
Wait, why would they get held longer if there's budget cuts? Shouldn't you be letting people go?
I think I read it wrong. I'm a little dyslexic. We need to expose Marshall Island Project. I saw a documentary about it today, and the American government did nothing to support the people who were affected by the endless nukes used on the islanders. Marshall Island?
Oh, man, that's way back in the 50s, dude. Late 40s.
Well, I remember we were bombing a place, was a test one. One of them was Bikini Island. You remember? And we obliterated it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marshall Island.
Yeah, there were others. You know, there was quite a bit of testing. But, man, I mean, they've either gotten help by now or that's just, they've been moved probably.
I hate to say it, but that's probably one of those things that's never going to get resolved any further than what's already happened.
Well, those nuke plants, you see the like they had a dust from some place up there in Washington. There's a few locations, and you know, even if you're in the States and you've got all this evidence of extra cancers and everything, it's like all these companies that did all that, they don't get in trouble. The government doesn't get in trouble, and you've poisoned the water and.
Oh, at best, it's just a slap on the wrist. Oh, you guys. Most of the times we give them a choice on those environmental things. It's like, oh, you can go clean it up, or you can pay a fine. And it's like, oh, I'll just pay the $10,000 fine because I made $10 billion last year. What's $10,000? Shit, it'll cost me $1 million to clean it up. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Remember when they were? I was gonna say that they were doing a lot of above ground testing before they went to underground. So. I always wonder what happened to their testing sites that they were doing in the deserts. I wonder how, where were those locations exactly? Remember they had people trying to watch it?
Nevada test sites.
Yeah.
Well, White Sands, but that was kind of early. Later on, it was Nevada. Yeah, there was a rancher out there that was, it wasn't all that far away from some of those tests, and they would never tell him anything.
Really?
Like when it was, yeah, and then, several times they got caught, in some fallout or, it just the particles off the blast are bad enough.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry about the gamma radiation and this Geiger counter going off, but when the thing clicks a lot, then you got to go.
Oh my God. That's about right.
Is 14 rads good? No, yeah. It's bad.
So they won't help you there, but at the same time, if you're a miner and you have something worthwhile that's near Area 51, well, we're going to have to steal that from you. See, they can help themselves, but they never help you. It's,
Well, it's just like we're getting ready for that fight down in Louisiana, man. They're about to help themselves to some land to stuff another pipeline down our throat.
oh, yeah, there's a bunch here in Texas, Louisiana. We got a bunch of them.
Well,
They're everywhere.
they just had the first part completed early 2016 of the Bayou Bridge pipeline, which starts in Texas and then shoots across the border to Louisiana. And yeah, this one's going to connect right up to that and take it on down to the refinery in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Did you just do that?
Yeah, I did. I guess she was saying also no way already looked into it. She's saying that they were supposed to get 150 million or so-called budget cuts, but didn't allow them to get paid. And this is in relation to the Marshall Island project.
Oh.
I'm not aware of that. Who would be the was there any natives that were there? Marshall Island?
Yeah, I'm sure there were on the Marshalls. Not a lot, but enough to be concerned about.
Marshall.
But I mean, there would have to be all kinds of tests already out on that. I mean, that's 60 years, man.
Well, some of the I would say some of the should be in the clear. You'd think by now from the fallout from that.
Yeah, I mean, if there's some unfunded obligation to the government, well, you know how that is. They're just your checks in the mail.
Your checks in the mail.
Yeah, don't get really excited. I mean, your checks in the mail.
Well, I mean, if they're anything like those George Soros checks, you'll never see those.
Yeah, speaking of which, I haven't heard anything about George Soros in a while.
He gave. Well,
I shouldn't have even said his fucking name.
Now Kushner, the Trump son-in-law, is related to him. But Soros has given Kushner or the family $250 million. So he's tied in already.
Oh, really? Why isn't the alt-right crowd talking about that? They love the Soros boogeyman. Why aren't they talking about that one?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's a big tie-in. Well, Kushner's. I mean, he's a definite Democrat. He's not on. Well, hell.
Well, Trump professes that he's a Democrat.
Yeah. What the fuck am I talking about? New York liberal ran as Republican.
He said the other day that we bombed Iraq, and he was talking about chocolate cake, and I'm like, dude, he's fucking. The reporter had to correct him, and he's like, no, we bombed Syria. It was the most beautiful chocolate cake, and we bombed, and then we bombed Iraq. What the fuck?
Can't even keep your wars straight. That's pretty bad. Like I said, they're detached, man. They don't even,
I'm bombing too many countries. I don't know which one I'm bombing anymore. Yeah, we bombed one of those brown countries. Fuck it. One of them, yeah.
I don't know.
He's got the secretary just putting the auto signature on his executive orders there going out. So he didn't even know. I mean,
I don't know. I always told you, I don't think he's a smart guy, like, at all. Like, I think he's, like, absolutely fucking 100%, like, semi-retarded.
No, look at his series of failed businesses. Everybody, he's been so successful. Well, he got handed a fortune. You're going to be able to pull something off with that.
Yeah.
Well, he's getting old too. He's up in his 70s now, so he's not as sharp as he used to be. But
I don't think he was ever sharp, man.
He went bankrupt a lot of times. He doesn't like to admit to it.
But when we say bankrupt, what do you mean by bankrupt? No money in there, or he can't pay his debts off.
Well, you go through the reorganization. I mean, I've watched him since the 80s go do that several times. Now, if it was me or you, Tyler, we wouldn't have a company anymore and our bank accounts would be zeroed out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it goes. But if you're one of the boys, you get a new loan, better terms, a little extra cash for your pocket, and you just repackage the deal and move on. And 10 years later, you do the same shit again. Because there's a 7-year, you can't go bankrupt in a 7-year period, so they'll avoid that. But yeah, pretty much like clockwork every 10 years,
Yeah. You know what's really weird? Speaking of money, is that the person that was handing me this info about the Raytheon and some of these stocks that were related to these missiles. Believe it or not, they were also telling me that Trump had his money invested in some of this stuff.
Yeah, Trump's something else. He's the first president that hasn't had to divest himself, but put everything into a fund that he's not in control of.
Wouldn't that be a conflict of
they claim that he transferred everything to his son or daughter or some shit. I don't fucking know. Somebody in the family, and they're running all the business now, and he has no business ties anymore. I call bullshit myself, but
yeah, I call that bullshit card.
Except that they're in the.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah, except that they're in the White House with them as staff now, and it's like, really? I mean, no problem with nepotism here. No, we don't want to do that.
Yeah,
I'm calling it too. It's too much. But people are really in love with him. The Trump love is as bad as Obama love. They're letting him slide on a lot of things, and even the war. They're still kind of backing him. Nobody's really fallen off real bad yet, but he just.
There was a large crowd that fell off when he started dropping those bombs. I know that.
Yeah, that was not smart.
Yeah, there were some people that I didn't think were gonna ever get off the Trump train until that motherfucker was in flames. And as soon as he started dropping bombs, I saw him posting negative shit about it, and I was really shocked.
He doesn't seem to be able to control his own cabinet. Instead of him controlling his cabinet, they're taking over controlling him.
Oh, he's the perfect puppet.
Yeah. I wanted to give him a little more credit, but I'm disappointed. Hey, there's this gal you had on this for Free Marty G. What was her name? Dana?
Dana, yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be on a radio show with Dana Loesch, I think, on Tuesday. I seen something come by on the Facebook. So she's going to get a little more exposure there. I've seen some articles coming out, Huffington Post. What was the other one? Maybe MIC. The story's getting pretty good airtime.
Did she ever get? Did she get a lawyer yet?
I think they got a public defender. That's what they're going to get.
Oh my God! I
don't know whether
for our viewers, you guys know anybody that would be willing to take a case on for pro bono, just go on Facebook and type in Free Marty G, and it should be a picture of Marty on there. She really needs some help, real bad. So if you guys know any lawyer friends or anybody who can give some really good legal advice, it is much, much appreciated. Or you can just message our page and we can redirect it to her.
Yeah, somebody they were going to get to during the show when she was on. I don't know if anything happened from that, or I don't even remember who that was, but there was somebody knew a lawyer. That's all. That's what I remember. Anyhow. Any more comments?
Somebody said Free Marty G. We had his wife on a few weeks ago and talking about his situation and what had happened. Let me see if I can get the Facebook URL and put it in there.
We get free.
Yeah, that was the one exposing the Boston Hospital and the Children's Hospital.
Yeah, hold on. So I can get right here, freemartygg.com, copy, and then we'll get her up here. Free Marty G. Boom. There you go. Who's playing the music?
Oh, you hear it? That might be me in the background.
It's you.
Yeah, it's not me, but I can't control it.
Oh, and we. So for May Day March, Ed, you guys got something planned for DC?
Yeah, we're getting a group together and going up to DC. There's from what I hear, they're talking like about 100,000 people are talking about showing up. So, probably about 50,000 people actually show up. Usually about half or whatever fucking say they come. But I mean, that's a lot of fucking people interested in this shit. And I mean, all the type of activities revolving around the May Day events, all the groups that support those types of events are really taken to the streets right now. So I'm expecting a rather large turnout. I don't know what's going to happen up there, but plan to be right in the middle of it, I'll tell you that. But man, they've got marches planned, hell, probably in every major city at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw Vancouver had one, and so did let me see, May Day March. Let's see, events. What's going on? Oh, we got Wilmington, North Carolina. Oh, that's new. We got one in Romania.
That's going to be a banging one right there.
I don't know. 8 people are interested. Nobody's actually going. That would be nice, though. Let me see. We got one in. Oh wow, these are all popping up. Melbourne, Australia. Oh yeah. There we go. There's one. One in Vermont. Sydney. We got one in Sydney. Queens Island. One in Scotland.
The one for Romania. I'm pretty sure everyone that responded is not even in Romania.
Well, I remember seeing one in. I remember seeing one actually in Romania, but it was not in English. I'll tell you that.
Right.
Yeah, one in the UK. There's one. Yeah, they're popping up. One in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I can tell you Chicago's going to be huge. Anaheim's probably going to be huge. LA. Berkeley's probably, man, they're probably going to start a goddamn civil war out in Berkeley. Shit's been getting way crazy out there.
Yeah. Yeah, Preston was talking about Berkeley earlier. What's going on?
They had, I don't even know what the rally was like generally about. I don't know if it was Antifa had a rally or if it was some of the right that had a rally out there, but like both sides ended up showing up, and I mean, it just got crazy. They were beating the shit out of each other right and left in the streets.
It's supposed to be a free speech event. They had Lauren Southern, I think Stuart Rhodes was there from Oath Keepers. There were some others, but just like last time though, the Berkeley PD kind of stands down, and I guess they
just let it fucking go down.
Yeah, last time they did. Antifa took over, but this time there was enough well, there's 3%ers, those keepers. There was another biker club there. I don't know how many in number wise, but it was enough to put it, take it to the Antifa, and yeah, it got pretty ugly. And the cops were like right there. Luke, We Are Change. He was right there. He pans the cops and shows they're all lined up, just standing there watching, and and they're duking it out in the street like 100 foot away, man, big time. So I was like, God, dude. Didn't work. The whole cop thing, standing inside, didn't work for the Antifa this time.
Yeah.
There were still some good numbers there. There was a few. You could see it was hundreds of people, man.
Oh yeah, I saw the videos.
My
I mean,
God,
like both sides just fucking everywhere.
Yeah, they were really duking it out for a while. But I know some of the old timers on the free speech side, they got clocked pretty good too. I think there's 3 of them. One of them got a broken nose. They got pepper sprayed real bad. Wasn't breathing too good. They were kind of old timers, but yeah, it was ugly.
See, when that stuff goes down, it's all the wrong people that are getting hit. It's young people, old people, people that don't have these views that people are getting attacked for.
Yeah.
Both sides, almost every time.
Yeah. When you let it reduce to the street battle, then it's just the partisan street battles. You don't really solve anything there. I guess in a way you do. Depending on which side's stronger, you're eventually going to take over that way. But I mean, it really, if you're truly an anti-fascist, you should have everybody on the same page. I mean, if we're all pissed off at the government, how come we're not all on the same page?
That's one thing I can say about the right versus the left. The right is completely divided into this section, this belief set, this set of values, and the left is way more broad in their views, and they have virtually completely unified as one front of like completely fuck the system. And the right side, you've got your fuck the system people that are still pissed off, but they're not completely down with this violent revolution. Let's just fucking overthrow these bastards and get it over with mentality. And then you've got your people that are so far up the government's ass that there's no saving those people. You got your Alex Jones crowd that's just ready to maul anybody wearing black, and those people on the right side are fighting each other while they're trying to fight the left side, and that's not going to work out for them in the long run. They're the ones with all the guns too. They're going to end up slaughtering each other before they can get to the left side. But man, it's going downhill quick.
Yeah, it's
very quick.
To me, the Antifa really are just anarchists.
Yeah,
they don't. From what I can tell, they just want to burn it down. They don't necessarily have the next step that they're going to do. They just want to burn down what's there right now.
Well, a lot of the different groups have a lot of different ideas. I mean, that's just like with these right groups. Everybody's got their idea of what they want afterwards, and it really. And you can find a lot of people that do these conspiracy theory videos and videos on the downfall that our society's in. They'll give their advice, man. We can overthrow this, no problem. We can overthrow this whole system quicker than anyone could imagine.
Yeah.
But if when we do that, we've got to come up with some kind of concise plan about what we want to happen after. Before we do that, or
you mean not during? Not during?
No, not during, and especially not after, because then we're just going to turn on each other and continue fighting each other.
Isn't that like? I'm just playing. Well, you like already toppled the government. You mean you guys didn't have a plan?
And it's like, oh wait, what are we gonna do? I want a resource-based economy. Well, I want a fucking libertarian democracy, and I'm gonna fucking kill you for it. And it's like, well, here we go again.
Somebody wants to be cashless. It's like, how's that going to work? Like, cashless without the electronic. Really? We're just going to barter.
I mean,
come on,
like a cashless society is a real possibility. The problem is that
it takes human cooperation.
You would have to take human cooperation, and there'd be a lot of deprogramming, and that would be like. I mean, hypothetically, it could happen, but just the nature of man and the way society is, it's not really feasible.
It's not going to be easy to get to.
Yeah.
But if we could get to that point of a functioning cashless society, that would solve everything. I mean, money, I think anyone here would agree, money is the root of every problem that we face these days.
Just about 99%.
I mean, find that 0.1%, and I'll find a way to tie it to being about money, because I guarantee you it's about money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And really, when you boil the money down, it's nothing but power over other people. We control the money, we issue it to you. You have to do what we say. And we all know that's the world they're moving to. They want to get us chipped so that, they control all our money digitally, and when we fuck up, they take it away.
Yeah.
I think, the danger I see there is like, on one side, you want to get away from this. They will change the cashless electronic society against you. That's what they want. That way they can hand you a credit card that they give you, that they control.
Well,
you don't get this utopian.
Okay, so when you say cashless, you're talking about where they're taking out the physical cash.
Oh no, I'm talking. I'm
see, I was thinking along the lines of no currency and like.
There's a guy that has like a whole series on this. It's called Free World, and that's what I was referring to as what he was saying is I mean, I hate to talk about the Venus Project because it's a little kind of strange, but it's
really only strange if you're not familiar with these kind of concepts.
What he was saying is that machines are gradually moving towards automation, and automation is getting rid of the people that are using these machines to make things. And he says that's the beauty of the way that the things are going, is that these machines will be so perfected to the point where we won't have to do anything, and that we won't have to use our own labor to produce goods that we need. But there's a lot of like integration issues into the way that we think and the way that society works, and me versus you, and who's the power struggle, who's got the biggest what, and who's got the coolest shit. That's going to be a lot of deprogramming, a lot.
Well, you're still enslaved by the guy that can afford the robot. Why is the guy that can afford the robot just going to produce all this stuff?
Well, he was saying
he
was saying that there would have to be people monitoring the stuff that was making whatever, and that would be on a voluntary
in this
basis.
type of society, though, it wouldn't necessarily be like if in our current society, if I'm the guy that owns the machines that makes the robots, and I'm making the robots and they're my robots, but in this alternative society, they're not my robots, it's not my machines, it's our community's machines. It might have been my idea that created these machines, but I would have made them for the betterment of my entire community, so that, we now have a machine that fully automates water cleaning. All it has to do is be pumped in through the system. Like, all these types of developments, like in today's society, let's say I have this amazing idea that can change the world in some way. Like, you know, this kid that invented the machine that can clean all the plastic trash out of the ocean. Well, this kid doesn't own a factory. He doesn't own all the metals and materials to produce these machines. So he can't make an army of these machines and turn them loose in the ocean. But if it was instead all of our resources instead of Mr. fucking Rockefeller's resources, then, you know, we could just go dig up some metal and you know, run it through our community factories that we all built together. I mean, the idea that we need to trade our time for a currency and then give that currency back for items is kind of a little primitive in my book when, you know, there's people out there that have the passion to create, have the passion to develop, research, and, you know, further all this stuff. You know, people like to argue, well, who's going to take care of the sick? Nobody's going to want to be a fucking doctor if you're not making $1 million for being a doctor. I personally know doctors that do work for free, do tons of work for free, do research for free on their own time, no funding, because they have the passion for it, because they have the desire to see their fellow man healed. I know a man with a cure for cancer that refuses to sell it to any pharmaceutical company for any amount of money. He doesn't even want money for it. He's using people that he knows and the internet to promote this cure for cancer for free because it's fucking selfish to hold it back for money. Oh, you don't have $1,000 to give me? Well, I'm not going to tell you how to cure yourself, or I'm not going to. Well, the pharmaceutical companies, they want to make the drug, like they want to take his natural cure and turn it into a drug that they can sell for profit. Yeah. Like they're not even interested in a cure for cancer, not interested, because they can't make money off of it, because you can literally grow this cure for cancer in your backyard, front yard, where a box in your window legally. All he uses is kale.
Yeah.
And I mean, this dude is curing patients. I've met patients. Like, I mean, it's going down. It's fucking real, but they don't want this cure because of money. In an alternative society where you're doing things for your passion, you know, this dude would be curing the entire world. You know, several types of cancer would be eliminated as a threat.
Yeah.
So there's no money for peace and there's no money for cures.
Yeah, essentially.
And there's no money for fucking pipes and Flint.
Yeah, that's something that's
unbelievable.
Yeah. We tried getting on that lady.
Now, see, that's another issue. In an alternative society, we would have a stockpile of pipes, and we would just load them on the truck and take them to Flint and put them in the ground and start shooting clean water to these motherfuckers up there.
I mean, that, you know, clean water goes way back. I mean, if you've got clean, pure, flowing water.
But when you really want to look at it, who in this nation has clean, flowing water coming out of their sink and where they live? Nobody. There's not one town in America that has pure, clean water coming out of their lines. It's, you know, some of the chemicals are necessary to keep the water clean, you know. I mean, if you really want to get real about it, we're recycling water that we shit in. Yeah. So, you know, some of those chemicals are a little necessary, but, you know, on the other hand, fluoride, which has now proven to be, you know, neurologically toxic to humans, it should not be in the water. And if you're fluoridating your water, you can't claim it's clean. All these cities are testing positive for higher rates of lead than Flint. And I mean that can't break into the mainstream any further than, seeing it on Facebook once a month, once every 3 months.
Yeah.
Somebody shares it that actually fucking cares. I mean, we can't even get we at least got a conversation going about Flint, but we can't even get a conversation going about these other cities that are, they got lead in the water 10 times higher than Flint.
Yeah, there's another side story on this Flint. Is like, I think Nestle's up there in Michigan also. They
Yes, Nestle's up there bottling the fuck out of water.
Yeah, but and the cities don't get access to that water, but somehow Nestle can to ship it out to other places. I mean, you talk about a corporate.
Where my anarchist at? Let's go seize the fucking Nestle water up there and give it to the people of Flint. Talk about some real Robin Hood shit.
Yeah,
I mean, we're just not on the list anymore of people that count.
No,
we're not. The only thing that matters to them is the money.
Well, the only
fucking care about.
I was going to say the only thing that counts about us is the bullets they count when they're pulling them out of our dead fucking bodies.
Yeah.
Well, we put 17 in him. Like nothing about our lives matters. Our education system's in shambles. Our infrastructure's falling apart.
Yeah.
God, I bet I could Google sinkhole news today and find like 5 that opened up today. I mean, it's a bridge is falling apart.
Don't know, one of those sinkholes they're related to underground mining. If I'm not correct.
Yeah, mining, fracking, drilling, oil.
You pump water out of it, and then it just subsides, or you create sinkholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can happen either way. If you get an area like Louisiana where they're pumping water and oil, it starts sinking real fast.
Does it?
Around Houston.
I mean, all of southern Louisiana, first off, it's swampy as hell. It's below sea level. It's shitty ground, and they've sucked everything out from underneath it. I mean, you stack stuff up, or you elevate something. Say you're building a house, and you just keep building and building and building, and it's a 5 square mile house, and it's sitting 20 feet off the ground, and you've only got a support on each 4 corners. Dude, the middle of that house is coming down. Like it's the same concept. You suck everything out of the ground, it can't support itself. It's gonna fall in. And I mean, they just keep doing it down there too. Like what is it? There's a website where you can pull up a map of fracking operations, and like the dots on it just cover southern Louisiana so hard you can't even see anything.
Oh, I believe it.
That's one reason that we're getting ready to fight this pipeline they're trying to put through this exact area I'm talking about. I mean, they thought, and it's from Energy Transfer Partners that was behind DAPL as well, and they thought they had a fight in North Dakota. Nah, there ain't gonna be no tribal elders sold out to the government, shills like DAPL Dave and all these motherfuckers, keeping everybody calm and keeping everybody, there ain't gonna be none of that shit. This, people are ready to make sure that this one doesn't happen and set a precedent that it's done. We're destroying our planet at an exponentially alarming rate. I mean,
oh yeah,
dude. I mean, used to it was, are my kids gonna have a planet? Hell, a couple years ago it was, are we gonna have a planet when I'm old? Right about now, I'm wondering if we're gonna have a fucking planet that'll sustain life in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, not even counting the fucking nuclear bombs that are probably about to start dropping. Like,
it's like if we're not going to kill each other, we're going to murder the planet in the process.
Well, the planet's going to kill us before we kill it.
Yeah.
We've got our bees dying that are, I mean, who's gonna, when all these different bee, several are already extinct on different bee species, and you know others are being added to the endangered list every other week.
Oh, then they're
Nothing's going to be able to pollinate our plants.
And then Monsanto's corporation wants to genetically modify. What were they trying to do? They were trying to genetically modify ants to redo what the bees were doing, and I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, no, I'm fucking serious, dude.
Yeah, they want to re-engineer the planet their way. It's going to be really screwed up. You can see already. I mean, they don't know.
You're going to end up with these. They're going to end up with
what
these,
the hell they're doing.
You know, these weird insects that are, you know, that'll kill you.
Oh, it'll be like you know, one of those alien movies where those alien insects come in and they're like, you know, the size of bears and elephants and shit, and it's like, oh, we fucked up big time. I mean, hell, and all these people are working together. It's everything they're doing it's headed towards extinction.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, the water, the food, the everything. We're fucking our air up. Like,
oh, there were some guys who came up with some really good solutions, you know, to clean the air. You know, in China they got that protocol one where it was an air ionizer filtration system, and essentially what it does is it sucks out in this tower the carbon emission, anything, and you know, the carbon dioxide gas, and it actually separates whatever it is into carbon, and the smog into carbon. And what they do with this carbon is they bring it back to a lab and make synthetic zirconians, or you know fake diamonds.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, you know, essentially these things could pay for themselves. You know.
Well, they need to put scrubbers and start getting their coal plants under control.
Well, they only got one. They only got one up. I mean, there were plans to make these things everywhere, but as far as I know, they only got one of them, and that's going to take a lot more than one to clean the air. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, no, they're pumping it out way faster than that.
Yeah.
But I mean, you see some of the pictures in these cities where they get smog. I mean, it's like way worse than anything our big cities ever went through. I mean, you can't see shit, man.
I don't think as a whole we're really completely overloading our air with more than our planet can convert back to what we actually need in the atmosphere, per se on a global scale. I really think that they're bullshitting us on that for all their fucked up reasons. I mean, a carbon tax.
Oh yeah.
If we can make money off of telling people they're putting too much shit in the air, yeah, we'll do it. But I mean, I don't think it's like that on a global level, but like in these concentrated areas, most definitely, and you see it around large cities.
Yes.
And I mean, you can't tell me that shitty air isn't having health effects on every single person that breathes it on a daily basis, that lives it. A lot of these cities have nuclear power plants near them, like usually in some town about 20 to 40 miles away from the big city. Like they've got one probably about like 30 miles outside of Philly. And I drove by that thing one day, and it's just, I made the joke. I'm like, oh, so that's how they make clouds, because it literally just looks like giant clouds pouring out of this stack. Now, you can't tell me the people that live around this, where that's in their air, and then it goes up and mixes with the actual clouds and the rain, that falls down on top of you and everything you interact with outside your home, your food that's being grown there. Like, those highly dense areas, that's a problem.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to get your what is it? The acid rain to mix with your chemtrails, and then you really
Had a little bit of GMO and a little bit of fluoride, and it's like, then people make these arguments that, oh well, that's not going to hurt you in that small of a dose, and that's not going to hurt. Everything doesn't hurt you in that small of a dose that we're getting it. Well, what about all of it together all at once that we're getting every day? If you're not actively controlling your diet, you're probably stuffing shit in your face, being blasted with radiation. God knows what's in the chemtrails, fluoride. I mean, everything. And I mean, people are kind of sitting back like, why are we the unhealthiest nation on the planet? Maybe because nobody's eating real food and we're surrounded by chemicals, ridiculously surrounded by chemicals. Monsanto's Roundup, which we also know to be cancerous and highly toxic, is probably on everything. It's probably somehow on my fucking keyboard and my phone that I'm touching right now. That shit is everywhere. They're testing for it in random places and finding it everywhere. People that are on, strict non-GMO organic diets, people that only eat stuff that they grow and shit, are having their urine tested and still coming back positive for fucking Roundup. We're overdosing ourselves with toxins of every kind we can imagine.
well, even it's starting to look like some of this. I was like the GMO food, but like the health foods, the organics, really are getting depleted as well. You can't, they can label them as organics, but they're coming out of farms and all where they still don't have any vitamins and shit in them. And then so these people that are going to Whole Foods and spending $1,200 a month on their food are still missing vitamins and minerals, because it's still not there. So I mean, you're just getting, well, you're getting attacked, but you're getting duped as well. These
malnourished at the same time.
Yeah, these people think we're doing everything. Hell, we're going to Whole Foods. We got spending all this money. We're eating right, and they're still having problems.
They might be eating better, but yeah, you're right. And I mean, a lot of these companies, especially Whole Foods, a lot of their stuff has been found to be, I don't know if they're lying or mislabeling or what, but stuff is not what it says it is.
Exactly.
And then, you got to take into account that, the people that are actually trying to get the most cleanest, legitimate food out there also face problems of the wind blowing shit into their food that they don't want. Like Roundup again, blowing from the neighbor's field, hell, from across town. GMO seeds carried into your field by an animal. It's gonna get to the point where we can't reverse this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I mean, dude, you go into Walmart right now and walk into the garden section, and the first thing you're gonna see is the fucking end cap with 1 million bottles of Roundup on it. It's just all, be sure to pick up your Roundup to kill those weeds, I mean, hell, I was growing food at my house for a while, and I just gave up because, every time I would get something growing really good, one of the neighbors would round up something in their yard very near to my crops, and then I would see them suffer, and it's like, oh, I don't even want to fucking eat that shit anymore. Hell, I had a neighbor, they took out a bush with Roundup, and man, there's a 5-foot radius from where that bush was that's just completely dead now. Nothing will grow there. It's just dirt by the street, a dirt patch.
Oh wow, yeah, overdid it for sure.
Well, they were taking out a bush. I guess you kind of have to overdo it. It's not meant to take out a fucking bush. Oh man, I like to fucking lose my shit when they did that. I don't know who just tried to talk, but it made robot sounds and then stopped.
Am I in all weird?
Yeah, you're coming back in.
Now you're zoning out.
Oh my god, hit with the Facebook security check again. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, hopefully Tyler's moving back indoors or something.
All right.
Get back on the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yep, here we go with the Guess Your Friends again. I have no idea who that is.
All right, better.
There you go.
So I don't know. It was like I get into those weird. I don't know. My device gets confused and it doesn't. I don't know. It constantly goes into like search mode and then I couldn't even get anything to load right. I don't know. It's been going on for a while with this device.
Yep, that Vault 7 all up in your shit.
I could just imagine the CIA is like, this kid's fucking nuts, man. he seriously needs some serious psychological help.
Well, the government gets hacked. All these vulnerabilities are released out there. They don't do shit about it. I mean, it's like, whose side are you on, man? Like, I don't get that. You know,
they're not going to do shit about it because they're still exploiting what still works.
Don't worry about it, guys. We're spying on you. It's fucking cool. Don't worry about it. Just go to sleep. Just drink your fluoride, and you'll be fine.
And drink your Kool-Aid, and everything will be okay.
I mean,
Wake up in a wonderland.
It'd be like if you had LifeLock, you know, you tell them, hey, man, I got my credit card, and I think something weird's going on. I got all these charges, and they go, you know what? Fuck you. You know, we don't care. It's like, well, hey, guys, I'm paying $30 a month for this service, you know. But your government can get away with it. I mean, LifeLock, everybody laughed. They wouldn't even be in business. And yet your government can still move on and do what it does.
Well, you don't even need LifeLock. Your government's already raping your Social Security while you're at it. It don't matter.
Whether you got it or not, it doesn't matter.
There won't be no money when you get old. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
LifeLock, you say your life's an open book, son. What are you talking about?
Exactly. Oh, you wanted to? I mean, there was like one situation where it would have come in handy. Apparently, I had one of these. I don't know. I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, and I decided it was a good idea to hang out with one of my buddies from doing some time, and I didn't realize that he was. I didn't know exactly what he was into. I knew it was a lot of white collar crimes, and so I get this call, and asking for this individual from a bank, and they're asking me, have I seen him? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen him in like 3 years. Like, are you aware that you're a co-signer on a loan? I'm like, no. I'm like, how much is the loan for? And they're like, $75,000. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Wow.
Yeah. That's probably the only time it would ever come in handy. I wasn't aware of it. He would have pulled some shit like that.
Well, hey, with friends like that.
That was one of those weird moments where you're like, oh fuck, really?
Any more comments on there, Tyler?
You see, chemtrails are used to coat the brain for brain entertainment or mind control.
I've heard that from a pretty reputable source within the science community. So I tend to lean that way.
I always thought that they were using chemtrails as a form of weather manipulation. That was just me. But I could be absolutely 100% wrong.
Well, no, now that one I believe, because it's aluminized particles. They're conductive.
Yeah.
I mean, if there's a way to like short circuit the atmosphere, I mean, that would certainly do it, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, apparently it was like some sort of aluminum that they were spraying, and that was based on the soil samples from some places that had, reported that they were, the chemtrails were there, and the topsoil was, heavy in a certain form of aluminum that wasn't natural to the environment. So they assumed that what they were spraying, what goes up must come down, or what is up must come down. I mean, it's a possibility,
I think there's multiple programs going on. I mean, there's the obvious chemtrailing, that you on the big scale, but you get another report like from Oregon where they say, well, they're picking up like high lithium levels in like large areas of Oregon, and you're like, what the fuck's that all about? I mean, it's almost like they're spraying different things. If they want to, I guess, dull your mind or dumb you down over here, we'll just spray them with a bunch of lithium. Yeah, I mean, who knows what kind of tests are going on?
Yeah,
because it doesn't add up.
No, and it doesn't add up exactly. Like a lot. One of my friends, he keeps on saying that those are contrails, and I'm like, no, brother, that's not a contrail. Contrail comes from it's something completely different. No, these are chemical trails, and something is being sprayed out of something is being sprayed out of these airplanes. He's like, no, it's condensation from from the airplane. I'm like, no, man, they're definitely spraying something.
Anyone who thinks that it's just airplane exhaust, you just go ahead and go back to sleep. It's okay.
Yeah.
Just keep fucking thinking that.
Well, no, there is vapor trails that do come off from wings, but they disappear very quickly. You know what I'm talking about? The vapor trails?
Oh, yeah. No, an old-time condensation trail evaporated very quick. And then with the new motors that they've got on them, they're supposed to be even shorter, and you're not really supposed to see much of anything. So the fact that you see these giant smoke clouds up there forever tells you that it ain't right. Something else is going on. That's just all there is to it.
You're not dealing with a malfunctioning jet engine either. So
no, and this is on a massive scale too, because you have to inject that shit into the jet fuel beforehand, to get it in there and do all that. So I mean, it's an organized effort.
Yeah.
And then what good does it do to get aluminum into your soil when you're trying to grow crops?
Absolutely nothing.
That can't be a good thing. So so no matter how you look at it, it's just a screw up.
Yeah. And what I heard is that you don't see chemtrails in certain countries.
Yeah, that's the kicker right there. You don't see. It's not just some countries. It's specifically non-NATO countries.
So you wouldn't see them in Russia, right?
Nope. There's no chemtrails in Russia, and they say that one of the things that makes them linger for so long is it being colder. It's colder where that is. Well, wouldn't you think that there would just be hella chemtrails in cold-ass Russia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think it has any relation to Agenda 21 as well? I don't know.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it ties into to depopulation, weather modification. I mean, all kind of shit.
It's like just don't pay attention to those chemtrails. They're perfectly normal.
Yeah, you know, I really know. I'm in kind of the center of the country, and I notice here, you know, you'll see them, but if you do see them, they're kind of light. But every time I've gone out heading west to the west coast, you can see that cloud of chemtrails. You know, the closer you get to the west coast, it's just this giant cloud on the horizon, man, and it ain't normal. You really see it out there a lot.
Yeah, you see them out
What
here a
really
lot,
kills me is when, like, you know, you can check the weather on your phone. Be a nice, beautiful, sunny day. Won't be shit on the map. It'll be like the next, you know, the hour markers. It does something every, you know, the little sun pictures and shit. And it'll be like coming up like 2 o'clock. It'll be cloudy, and it's like, where the hell are these clouds gonna come from? Next thing you know, the airplanes come over in a spray, and then that shit sucked together, and you got clouds in the sky by 2 o'clock, just like they called it. I'm sitting there like, man, it must be easy to be a weatherman when the government tells you how they gonna make the weather go.
You know, the other aspect of that is that they could be countering, you know, if there is a little bit of man-made heating going on of the environment, that would be another way of reflecting heat back out and essentially, you know, stabilizing things. It'd be a man-made way to counter your own heating effect.
Yeah, there's all sorts of theories when it comes to that stuff. I'm not sure if we'll ever truly know, but I can tell you one thing: it isn't good.
It seems to work on a lot of levels. That's what's weird about it. It can have 3 or 4 effects just doing one thing like that.
Yeah. Yeah, when did chemtrails start getting first reported? It's been going on for like a long time now, right?
The hell, 25 years about that? I mean, that I can recall. I mean, I'm only 30, so, you know, going back to like 5, not being able to really remember that shit, but, you know, I was 5, so.
It was going on by 9/11 because those 4 days the airplanes weren't in the air. They're actually able to look at the normal temperatures and then overlay like that 4-day period, and you can see the change when all those chemtrails and all the planes were out of
No
the
shit.
air. It really did make, you know, the air was clearer, you know, your sunlight intensity, you know, there's several ways it feels like, oh man, you know, it really is doing something.
Yeah. Don't just drink your fluoride. Everything will be all fine.
Hey, just drink your fluoride. You want pretty teeth, right?
I need my lithium, my MSG, and my GMO, and all my bleached foods.
Oh man, don't you take away my bleach now. God knows what I'd do if they didn't bleach my food and then recolor it the same color it was before.
Yeah, you might the kid's drooling, but he's got pretty teeth, right? Don't mind that.
You know, his brains only dyed. You know, his brains only dyed red from all the Red 5 and the fucking Mountain Dew Code Red you keep letting him drink.
Well, there's a reason they call it bleached flour. You know, it's because it's been bleached, literally.
Yeah, bleach is good, right? Clean my insides out.
Yeah, they're a little chlorinated.
So when you have an ever-growing market for products without this stuff, like, you know, you see right there on the bag, unbleached flour. Like, that should be your sign that people don't want that shit. And on second note, why is it that all this simple shit costs more fucking money?
Oh, you mean
It's like
organics cost more money because it's more expensive to make it natural, but then like it's within. I think
but I mean,
it's
like
gimmick.
take
It's like a
take a
gimmick
soda,
because they're
take
not
a
natural.
soda that's just got like some flavor concentrates and the carbonated water versus, that's going to be super expensive versus a soda that's got like, like stuff I can't
Chemicals.
even pronounce and like brominated vegetable oil, which is radioactive, and high fructose corn syrup and a pound of sugar, and like, how is that cheaper than water and some carbon and squeeze a lemon over it, and you got something that tastes just like Sprite, but a little better.
Well, no, there's a whole marketing angle to sugar in foods. What they do is they run up the amount of sugar in there, whether or not you need that much to sweeten the product or not is immaterial. What they do is put enough sugar in there to maximize the sales. When you and that's why everything is so sweet. They've learned that just by adding all this sugar, they can get you to buy more of their stuff. And it really doesn't need all that sugar.
Well, remember
That's
they
the
don't
kicker.
even they don't even use real sugar. They've made a cheaper way of doing it. It was a high fructose corn syrup, and that's a lot of that is in relation to the corn industry in the Midwest that's going on in here. This has been going on for a long
The
time.
high fructose corn syrup
It's horrible
in
for you.
itself is horrible for you, but now they're making it out of GMO corn, so
yummy.
So GMO corn plus glyphosate, high fructose corn syrup.
All of that Kool-Aid that you're drinking with the high fructose corn syrup, that shit's fucking gonna cause cancer. Don't worry about it.
Well, what that stuff does is it disrupts your brain, where it's like supposed to send the chemical signals to your stomach that tells you you're full. Again, the obesity problem in America. We're consuming all this stuff laced with high fructose corn syrup, and our brains can't tell us that we've had enough to eat, so we keep eating. Now everybody's overeating garbage. Shit.
Well, you're eating more because you're not getting the nutrients as well.
Your body
trying
needs,
to, you're trying to get it in, so you eat more and more, and you never really get there, and because of the crappy ass food.
Yep.
So you got all the vitamin deficiencies, all these other. Well, the mental problems stem from a lot of it too. If you can't control your sugars and.
Oh yeah, from malnutrition. You get the mental disorders that pop up. Yeah.
Yeah.
ADHD.
Well, I mean,
another one.
That's again with the fluoride. That's a big disruptor in your brain, in your thyroid, which that regulates all kind of stuff and keeps your body functioning properly. Keeps your hormones in balance and all kind of important shit. You kind of need that thing to work right.
Oh, your brain?
Well, I mean, like the thyroid specifically, once that starts to deteriorate, you're going to see a whole slew of health problems begin to follow.
Yeah.
That's really the trick. See, if they can insert enough disruptions in your body processes, they can make you sick.
Yeah.
They're not going to kill you right away, but they know what they're doing. They're going to make you sick over time.
I mean, life expectancy is constantly on the decline. I mean, my God, everybody used to live to like, whoa, he died before 100? What the fuck? Like, now it's like, that motherfucker made it to 100? Good job, dude. I mean, hell, this is in like, a couple 100 years span that we've seen this massive decline in lifespan.
Must be don't pay attention to the that's why.
You know why? You know why we're dying at 70 instead of 100? Because we only work until we're 60.
Huh?
Whoa, y'all need to go ahead and die off. Y'all are just sucking money out of our system at this point. Y'all ain't putting shit back
Hey.
in. Y'all sucking it out now. We gotta kill y'all off quick.
Well, yeah. Now that you have fascist healthcare and you're costing them money, yeah,
Oh,
good
yeah.
luck. Yeah, you're not going to get anything, man. They're going to
Oh
figure out a
God,
way
the
to
healthcare's about
take
to
it
get
all
like
away.
double fascist too.
Yeah, you're going to charge a fortune for it, and they're not going to give you anything. That's the good fascist model right there. That's why even socialist healthcare is better than fascist healthcare, because at least then your brain is kind of on the right level of, hey, they're trying to help you. You know, you're actually in a hospital and we're trying to help you.
Yeah.
And granted, it's a socialist system. Even that would be better because
Yeah, you just got to keep those doctors motivated to do a good job under a socialist healthcare system.
Yeah, it might not. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the quality of care, might go down because there's no incentive to do the right job.
I mean, there's countries in Europe that have very good success with that.
Yeah, you have to have your heart in the right place.
Do you
But
think that would ever?
fashion,
Do you think that would ever work in America though?
no, because we're a bunch of fascists. We love this shit. We love screwing things up and making some corporation a lot of money.
Fucking nailed it.
Yeah. I'm tired.
I mean, it would work here if we would just do it, and if everybody could get out of the selfish mentality that they're stuck in. God help us, man. We can't let a single tax dollar go to that shit, and
it costs too much to keep you alive, kid.
Everybody's gonna cry. My tax dollar's going to pay for these lazy motherfuckers to go to the doctor. Well, why don't you start bitching about the fucking $500 million worth of bombs that just got dropped, and then you can cry about the goddamn dollar in healthcare. That's why we don't have the fucking money to do anything. We're blowing everything up. We gotta have $20 gazillion for the war, whatever war they want.
Yeah.
I always hear that Canada's healthcare system is super great, but then I get like mixed
I've heard both.
Mixed stories about it. Like I hear that like if you need something minor, it's okay, but if you need something major like a hip replacement or something, then you're into some serious issues.
Well, that's okay. You can. Where was it? It was like France or Belgium or something that you could. Like their hip replacements are so cheap that you can literally like fly to that country, have a hip replacement, live for a year, fuck up your hip again, get another hip replacement, and then come home for the same price you can get one in America.
Oh yeah,
we're going to China for a while. Thailand's big on that. We call it medical tourism. Is actually pretty big there.
Well, you mean you just go there to get better?
No, you go there for medical procedures because they're so cheap.
You said
and
Taiwan?
No, Thailand.
Thailand? No, thank you. just doesn't.
Hey, I mean, you factor in the plane. The plane. Really isn't that much. It's all subsidized.
You go in to have your appendix removed, and then we took your kidneys out too, and they just got sold on the black market.
Well, that was the low budget. Yeah, China. You better watch out. If it's a mobile
Sorry, that's
van
how
or
we
something.
compensate for the low price. Snatch a kidney on our way out.
Don't worry, you don't need to pay for room and board now. You're good for a year.
Well, if they give you a liver but take a kidney, I mean, you're still that's a plus, right?
Yeah.
Let's make a deal.
I woke up
Be
in a
like,
bathtub full of blood. Is this normal? All this ice is everywhere.
It's gonna be like Master Shake on Aqua Teens went down to Guatemala for some plastic surgery.
Oh,
Come back
God.
looking like all hell.
Man. Yeah, when it goes bad, it's.
I don't know, like when you're talking about getting your procedures done cheaper in other places. When I was living back on the West Coast, it wasn't uncommon to hear people get surgeries down south of the border.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, man. You can pretty much just like walk right across the border to Tijuana with like nobody even batting an eye at you, I do believe. So
yeah,
pretty sure the surgery's popping in TJ.
Yeah. Well, used to, a lot of people go just for the dental, but they
I was going to
they've
say
come
dental
up with
as
a
well.
world.
Yeah.
They've got some, decent facilities and all. None will cost along our border, depending on which town you're in.
Well, it's not only that. The prices that I would get my medications in Mexico were so much cheaper than I would buy it over the legit medications, like not like the bad the drugs. Of course, you can get that. You can get that at any pharmacia, but like stuff like like inhalers, or you need your heart medication or your fibromyalgia medication, whatever the fuck you need, and it's fucking like dirt cheap over there. But you come back over the border and you pay
Yeah,
like
I
$300.
had a friend that used to go down there to get ketamine.
Yeah. You know what's fucking weird, dude? Like you would not believe how fucking cheap that shit was. It was like $12 US down there. I forget the conversion rate, how many pesos it is, and then all of a sudden you bring it over the border and the shit's worth like $200.
Yep. That's man. My boy said they used to they would take the liquid vials and then open a water bottle and just pour it, like fill it up.
Oh, the Ketalar or the Ketaset?
Yeah, man. I mean, you just.
It has a picture of a cat on it. It must be good for humans, right?
Hey, man, I was drinking a bottle of water earlier and I saw on the inside of the label there was a black stamp in the shape of a cat, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I thought that shit was really weird, though, that it had a stamp on the inside.
Did you go to Mexico recently?
No. But it definitely looks like a cat. So I was kind of concerned. Like, is there ketamine in here? Is this a trick?
That stuff is so bad for you. They were actually believing at one point that ketamine and low dose oral things can cure kids of their ADHD. But there's a big problem with that theory, and I can tell you one thing from researching, doing a lot of personal research with ketamine, right? And it shuts off a part of your brain that's the NMDA receptor, which is essential for normal human logic thinking. So when you get that weird K-hole sensation, how is making a kid's brain not function the way it's supposed to gonna cure his ADD? I don't get it. I don't get it, and I don't get the research behind it. Or they were also gonna they're also thinking about using it for the forms of depression. I'm like, yeah, anything that's gonna make you feel euphoric is definitely gonna cure you of your depression. You're dealing with the part of the reward center of the brain, but there's a lot of flaws in these theories,
Well, you mentioned the research. I mean, what research? You were the research.
Don't mind the wavy lines, kids. Don't mind the wavy lines.
I mean,
that was a nice way of saying he was his own lab rat.
Doing his own deep research over there.
See, I've experimented with a lot of drugs in my days, but ketamine's one thing I always stayed away from. Like, I had a lot of people that were into it around me that would always, like, they'd describe it, what it was like to do it recreationally, and like every story I hear is just like, that sounds terrifying. Why would you do that?
Oh, like you mean like the flashing lights and not
I
knowing
mean,
where
like,
you are if you're human or not is normal. Yeah, that's fucking normal. That's ketamine, and same family as PCP. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
I mean, everyone I ever known that has done ketamine is fine now, but
Oh, you mean the slurred speech and the not knowing who they are for 30 minutes at a time is like normal, right?
well, they're definitely fine now. They weren't fine, like, especially the people that would like binge with it, man. Like, pretty fucking retarded. Pretty
Oh,
fucking
you
retarded.
mean
Like for
me,
quite some time after they would quit doing it.
try to drive a
Like,
car on that shit.
I mean, it took people that I know that were really into it quite some time to regain like full brain function, like months and months of abstinence before they were like not retarded. Which, I mean, shit, I don't see why you'd want to do a drug that just like makes you that brain dead. I don't know a lot about its medical values. The depression research did seem to be promising. They seem to show, like, I didn't really like look into it that much, but they seem to show a lot of data with how it was like interacting with the brain to where a low, minute, like barely even threshold dose would cure depression for 30 days at a time, which is pretty substantial considering the only other medication we have out there is 1 to 2 pills a day. And God help you if you miss one.
Well, they would have these new classes of antidepressants that were coming out, or they were going to come out with them. I'm not sure how far the research has come, but there was a definite addiction factor with these. They were called SNRDIs. So, and what they call a 3-hitter combo. And so serotonin, norepinephrine, and dopamine reuptake inhibitors, and
that's not going to get abused.
So we're like thinking, I mean, like how addictive is it to like mess around with these 3 chemicals? These 3 neurochemicals at the same time. So I'm just like thinking, like,
I bet those pills make you feel fantastic.
Oh, fantastic! You're like singing and thinking you're Spider-Man and all sorts of fucking fun shit, right?
Whoa, thinking you're Spider-Man? Those might be going a little too deep into the serotonin receptors.
I mean, you've heard of like SSRI withdrawal syndrome. Just imagine if you have one of those 3-hitter combo pills that are hitting, hitting different receptors in different parts of the brain.
Oh my God, you'll have that and the dopamine receptor withdrawals at the same time. If you don't blow your brains out from that, you're a trooper.
Yeah. The most common side effects for some of them, besides what a common one for the SNRIs is the sensation of not only depression and suicidal thoughts, but the electrical nerve zaps.
Oh Lord, what?
Yeah.
Oh, synapse function. Oh wow. Well, yeah,
that's a side effect of the pill?
No, the withdrawals.
Oh, well, that's still bad.
Some of the pain meds are like these alternative, inhibitors. I'm trying to remember the name of them.
Cymbalta.
Yeah. The thing about them is they don't just disrupt your pain sensors; they disrupt a lot of other shit too. And they're not good.
Oh yeah, Cymbalta is an SNRI as well, or and also gives you like uppity effect, and that they necessarily think that it's some of the pain is through the first getting fired in the brain pain signals, but in the long run, it's not good for your brain.
No, can't be.
And wasn't it Prozac? Prozac is one of those. There's a lot of research going into this now, where they're looking into the harmful effects of fluorinated medications, and fluorinated medications were a way to keep because it has a longer half-life if you fluorinate the drug, and Prozac was one of them. Into it, that it's actually more harmful on your body.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, you know what other one? Now this is not really a drug, but Red Bull. You know, there's so much caffeine and some of the other chemicals that are in some of these Red Bulls. They really, you know, over time, if you're a heavy drinker of them, can lower your serotonin level, and you start getting fidgety and kind of spooky. You know, so I mean, on a short-term basis, they might be okay, but if you do it long-term, too heavy, they'll mess you up just like any other drug, man.
There's more than just caffeine in those things. There's also taurine and inositol and some other things. If you have tendencies towards mania and bipolar, that can set it off. And a taurine alone can make you edgy as well. There's also some other things that have been coming out. You know, drinking lots of energy drinks and monsters and start the onset of kidney stones. So,
Lord, that's some painful shit.
Yeah.
Why would you want to do anything that would make you have a kidney stone? Thankfully, I've never had one of those, so yeah. Stay away from the energy drinks. I might not ever have to deal with that shit.
Oh, we
Any more comments on the roll?
Caffeine is the drug.
That's true.
Caffeine is the biggest and worst drug out there. Got people like addicted so hard. Like 90% of America can't function without their caffeine.
I can't.
Oh man, I finally broke that shit a long time ago. I've been like, about 5 or 6 years now. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink sodas, anything like that anymore.
What about tea?
I mean, I'll get a sweet tea at the restaurant. That's really about it.
I got you.
That's really because that's the best option.
Somebody says, "Where is your anonymous voice?"
Yeah, I don't feel like busting software out for that.
I know. Hell, if I don't take my depression meds, like with an hour or two when I meant to, I start sweating and almost faint. It's bullshit. Yeah, Adele, that is what's known as SSRI withdrawal syndrome. Essentially, your brain is getting used to an artificial chemical that's in there. Now, I'm not a doctor, but I have worked in the medical field. I can tell you that getting off of those medications, you're probably going to want to talk to a doctor and the symptoms that you're talking about. And if a doctor tells you that there is no withdrawal syndromes from not taking your psychiatric medication, I would suggest talking to another doctor. A lot of people have problems getting off their antidepressant medications, and usually the best way to get off of them is to taper off of them, not just cold turkey. Because you gotta always be aware that some people, when they get off their antidepressant medications, start to get other psychiatric symptoms and suicidal thoughts. So better with the doctor's care than doing it on your own.
Yeah, I was on, God, I don't even remember, Prestige, I think is the one they had me on. And it, like, if I missed a dose, like they said, within an hour or two, I mean, it was crazy. It was like taking some weird fucking research chemical drug. Like, I mean, borderline hallucinations, like, I mean, all kind of crazy. So definitely like auditory hallucinations. So like the visual hallucinations, it was like kind of like on the edge of those like starting to happen. And like I mean just like completely crazy, and like the body feeling from that was just like just felt like some dirty nasty street drug, and like I mean just a horrible experience all in all. Like, oh, I would never wish that on fucking anybody. Like, you can't think straight. Like, you get confused. Like, nothing makes sense. Like, your brain is definitely not working right at all. Like, I imagine there's people out there that's what their idea of like taking acid is like, is what that experience was like a fucking trip from hell.
Am I coming in?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you good, man.
Okay, cool. All right, wasn't sure. My phone was doing that weird search thing where it didn't know what it was doing.
Oh man, YouTube finally, the autoplay took it to fucking some mainstream sheeple music. It does that every now and then.
Now it won't. It is doing that weird search thing. Now it won't let me view lifetime what's going on the page. But you guys can hear me fine.
Yeah, so that here, I'll check and see if it's still coming in just to make sure.
I think we got a few minutes left.
Oh, I got a new profile picture. I barely recognize that shit. Yeah, it's still live.
We got 3 minutes.
Oh, well, hell.
Oh, wow, damn, that's close.
Yeah.
I came in late, but that still went fast, I thought.
I didn't know if we'd have enough to talk about to fill up the times.
Oh, we can always make it happen. Oh, hell, I can only read the last 4 comments on the thing. I can't scroll through anything.
When we've been playing around with this live function, it has a lot of Facebook has a lot of errors. I mean, a lot.
Yeah, there's, I mean, I imagine it's a lot to do with all this backdoor and, CIA, NSA, government agencies just roaming through the back of a Facebook network, doing whatever the hell they please, fucking everything up along the way.
Well, yeah, it's the people's comments don't come in. I mean, they come in doubles. They're not necessarily in the right order.
We were doing a live stream in DC, and my friend was replying to comments like via text, like typing into it, and it would send one comment as the page we were streaming from, and then one comment as her personal page. And like it would be the same thing, just like double every time she would say something. Like, man, it's everything on that.
All right, we got like 1 minute.
Well, I guess we can just wrap it up.
Thanking all the viewers for hanging in there.
We made it out alive.
All right. All right, now you guys hit the streets and fuck shit up. Smash the system.
Fuck the system.
See you in DC for May Day.
There's already a page for the right?
Yeah, we have an Anon Mayday page. Let me, like Anonymous Million Mass March 2007.